Talking about the scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
Well, actually.
Yeah, I'm watching the rise, and I wouldn't say I'm shocked, cause I'm hardly surprised. This one's for the ride, this one's for who knew I'd make it, just needed some time. This one's for my wife, could've left 1,000 times just to by my side. This one's for the grind, I knew it would happen, just had the strength in my mind.
It's the Travel OG, and welcome to the Black Manosphere Conclave 5.0!
We got started in 2021 in Atlanta, united in the pursuit of excellence in all things. It's been one hell of a ride.
Can I tell you what's on my mind? Cause I've been thinking about it for quite some time. Hey, can you give me a moment to declare my love? Can I tell you what's on my mind?
We're now focusing more on opportunities for men, in particular passport bros. Guys who go abroad, they want to have a different lifestyle, they want to have a different achievement abroad. Oh yeah, there's without a doubt the narrative has changed for us greatly.
I just finished speaking and having a chance to tell individuals about how to live the American dream outside of America. And I was here to help so many men when it comes to understanding what they need to do in order to relocate.
With the political climate, things that are happening worldwide, guess what? Nobody's coming to save us. So it is indicative that we all bound together, tighten up like a fist, and strike a mighty blow against everything that's fighting to stop us, man.
It's nothing but good, positive people, good, positive energy with one goal in mind, and that is to make money, get the hell out the Matrix, and enjoy your life. You dig? So shout out to all of y'all. Theme music.
Yo, what's going on, y'all? This is your man Marcus A. Brown, and I'm here to tell y'all that I just got done with my first consultation with the brother Andre of Love Crossing Borders. I just wanted to give him his praises. I need y'all to do two things if you haven't already. If you haven't, subscribe to his YouTube channel, Love Crossing Borders. Also, if you are going to Colombia, if you're thinking of going anywhere, traveling internationally, please consider booking a consultation with the OG Andre of Love Crossing Borders. You will not be disappointed. And y'all, get in tune with him if you haven't already. Tell him MAB sent you. Peace.
Where are all the black men? And I'm not talking about the scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
Well, actually.
You're here with Andre and Andre's Love Crossing Borders. That's where they actually are. I just want to start off by saying I get it. I'm serious. I've said this before, but I mean it just as much now. Quite often when individuals hear my commentary on other countries, it's accepted and understood. But when I give commentary on the United States, my country 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, it's accepted as if it's confusing, conflicting. I don't have any love or loyalty for America anymore. That's far from the truth. The day that you hear me stop speaking about America and how that there are areas that we can continue to improve, well, that might be the day where you can say Andre might be done with the States. But as long as I'm speaking about some of the things that we all have been knowing for years that we can improve on, and I do that even in comparison to other countries, because as long as we're in America, they never allow us to hear the truth comparing ourselves to other countries. No, as long as we're in America, they never tell us about our cost of living compared to China's cost of living. They never tell us how much rent is in the Philippines compared to in Chicago. They never tell us how the medical system works so efficiently and so inexpensively in Portugal compared to Philadelphia. And this is what I try to do. You guys have often heard me say it's my goal to have every American stay in America. I have no desire for Americans to leave, but for those of us who are on the fence and still desiring to relocate, I'm here for you. Love Crossing Borders is here for you, as well as your other brothers and the sisters that dare to tread this journey. In other words, tonight's topic centers around there are things that you will be missing about America because you'll never see those things again. And it's not because you relocated. It's not because you're visiting another country or you plan on relocating. The reason why you won't see these things again in America, because they'll never exist again in America. We're going to go through the list of things that will never exist again in the United States. Fortunately, a lot of us are old enough to have been around for some of these things, but for the most part, Generation X, Generation Z, and the Alpha generation, they'll never see these things. But let's get started. Shout out to all you guys. Shout out to all you guys. This is a serious fun topic tonight. So let's get started with the shout outs right out the gate. Not waste any time. Got a lot of information I want to share with you guys. Shout out to all you guys. First of all, shout out to David being here. David Dice of the Dice family. He says salute to family. He said Andre and Andrea, salute to our chat brothers. Salute, yes sir. He said after every live stream on Love Crossing Borders, I get more eager to leave this country and never looking back. Never looking back. Shout out to the Ultimate Warrior in the building as well. He said, yo, OG. He said, gas is $4. $4 a gallon. Man, goodness gracious, in the ATL, not California only. He says $4 a gallon in the ATL. At least my Braves are on fire. My fam and I are going to release soon. Countdown for you, brother. Countdown. And shout out to Mr. Millionaire being in the building. Salute to you, Ahmad. Glad that you're here, brother. Salute to you. And Don, a.k.a. the Don KP, in the building. Yes, sir. Good evening to you, kind sir. Good evening to you as well. He said, have to catch you on the replay. Shout out to the replay crew who watches the episodes afterwards. The episode that we did yesterday, we turned the music down. That's what I was wondering, why is the music so loud? We turned the music down quite a bit. Okay, there we go. Okay, the episode that we did yesterday will be going on the Patreon this tomorrow, actually. So I've already taken it down from Love Crossing Borders. So the real estate episode that we did, and then there's another episode that I'm going to put on there. So a lot of 2026 episodes are going to be going into the Patreon that are the ones, because I want these to be archives. I don't want YouTube to say, hey, we're taking this down or so forth, or taking that down. No, I want these to be a part of our own archives. So I have these videos already set up in our Dropbox. So as long as I'm paying on my Dropbox membership, we will always have access to those archive videos. Because a lot of times YouTube, after so many years, they'll take a video down for no reason. It's just, I don't know what it is, but I don't want to feed into it. But there's more than one way to skin a cat. Shout out to our brother Ronan in the building. Salute to you, brother, as well. And salute to all you guys that support the channel by way of PayPal, Super Chats, Cash Apps. I got to give a brother a shout out for yesterday's show. Shout out to you guys. And remember, tomorrow's episode will be an interview with a brother that lives in Barranquilla. He knows quite a bit about the city. So if you guys are interested in learning anything about Barranquilla, you don't want to live in Cartagena, it's too busy, you just want to visit it, but you can live down the road on the same ocean in Barranquilla or Santa Marta. I got the brother that's going to be on board with us tomorrow. So shout out to him. And shout out to our brother T-Mac, our Medellin brethren. Glad to see that you're here. Hope you're having a great day, brother. Really hope that you are. We say salute also to Ronan. Yes, sir. Let me scroll down. And Simplify. Yes, sir. Let me scroll down a little further because we got our brother E-Man Perry in the building. We must be doing something right. He say this should be a good one. It is. It's going to be a really good one. Really good one. Let me scroll down a little further. Make sure I get everybody, including my brother Tevin King. Appreciate you, Tev. I really do. He said, good evening, everyone. Please, if you be so kind to smash that like button on your way in, because that does invite other people into the live stream, such as Zeta. Shout out to Zeta being in the building. So hola, fellas. Hola, Dre. Hola, brother. Hola, having a great day, man. Great. Great-o. Buenas noches. Our brother 007 Sir in the building. What's up, brother? What up, Joe? Glad to see that you're here. He said, Andre, I gave another 5 to 8. I got another 5 to 8 years until he's done with America completely. You know what? How can I word this? Let me turn this down let me change the music for a second. I have already come to the reality, and I know a lot of you guys haven't, but you know, through meditation and prayer, I've come to peace with my version of America no longer exists. I kid you not, I keep my citizenship to visit family, friends, financial reasons, like for investments or anything that has to do with bank accounts or things like that, buying property. I keep my citizenship. To visit my family and friends, I keep my citizenship. And lastly, fourth, for the future. Any children that Andre and I have deserve the right to have dual citizenship. If they're born in Colombia, if they're born in Spain, or if we're living in Italy, they deserve to have dual citizenship. I wish I had dual citizenship. I wish I was not born under the umbrella of one passport. That's why I keep my citizenship. Andre's America kind of like drizzled out by the time 2010 hit. It was gone. 2011, I'll say my version of America was gone. Whatever Andre was going to celebrate in America, it was gone. That's what it made it so easy for me to move and start traveling and seeing other countries. Because my version, when I talk about America, I sound like an old dude on a porch in a rocking chair, sipping some lemonade. My version of America doesn't exist anymore. So when it comes to America, for me, I'm done. But when it comes to visiting my family, A, friends, B, finances, C, and the future of our children, D, that's why I continue on my citizenship. Where you have other brothers, like the white guy on Nomad Capitalist YouTube channel, he been gave up his U.S. citizenship. I know plenty of people that they say that over 5,000 people a year give up their U.S. citizenship. 5,000 people every year say, I don't need it. I haven't been in the United States in 30 years. I don't need it. I haven't been in the United States. I'm in these Reddit groups. So I talk to these people all the time. There are people that have given up their U.S. citizenship. They're like, it's a hassle. I don't want to have to file a tax form for taxes that I don't even have to pay anyway. Because we get so many tax breaks. Now, you don't get business tax breaks, but personal tax breaks you do. Now, and of course, there are certain tax breaks for businesses. Don't get me wrong. What I'm talking about as far as individuals filing their taxes. And some of you are going to get to the point where you're like me. And some of you are like me when it comes to deciding to leave. Your version of America doesn't even exist anymore. Your version of American foods, when it was healthy foods, that doesn't exist anymore. Your version of American family dynamic, America family first, that doesn't exist anymore. America having one of the strongest educational systems in the world, that doesn't exist anymore. America having a strong, inexpensive medical system, that does not exist anymore. America, the music that you enjoyed, that's not being produced and created anymore. Sports, NBA, NFL, soccer, and baseball, they all have in their corporate bylaws, we are an entertainment industry. What do they mean by that? Our referees can cheat. This is just for entertainment. The Super Bowl can be stolen. It doesn't matter. This is for entertainment. If the NBA ref has a favorite player, it's okay. All this for entertainment anyway. A lot of people actually think that the competitiveness of the players on the court is the exact same mindset that the corporations or the team owners have. They don't, for the most part. Their bottom line is that dollar. And some of you guys have never read the bylaws, especially of the NFL. They will literally tell you, listen, you can't sue us if your team loses because of a referee. Why? Because in the NFL bylaws, it says we are only here for entertainment. So if it's real or if it's fake, it's only entertainment. My NFL's been gone a long time ago. My NBA ended in the 90s, early 2000s. This is not my NBA. My NBA ended like in 2004 with my Pistons. Not because of the Pistons, but the competitiveness and the wiseness of the game. My version of America does not exist anymore. And I'm okay with that. I still love America. I still love the people there. I still love the innovation there. I love all the creativity there. Hey, if it wasn't for America, we wouldn't have you, we wouldn't have me, and we wouldn't even have Michael Jackson. So I haven't given up on America at all. I love America. But since my version does not exist and it doesn't look like it's coming back at all, I'm not foolish. So if I'm not going to America for friends, if I'm not going to America for family, if I'm not going to America because of financial or investment reasons, and I'm not going to America because of the future of myself, my wife, my kids, I ain't got no reason to go. I've traveled I've been blessed and I sound like I'm talking my eulogy, right? I've been blessed, my American eulogy, in other words. I have been blessed to have gotten out of 10 years in prison. I've been blessed. I have traveled from the Appalachian Mountains of Kentucky to the rivers in Tennessee, the beauty of Georgia, from Jessup, Georgia, all the way to Atlanta, Savannah. I've gotten the chance to go all the way and enjoy Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, California. I've been blessed to fly and enjoy California, fly all the way to New York and enjoy New York. Enjoy Myrtle Beach in the Carolinas. Eat crab in DC and in Maryland, where they where they put the newspaper down. Come on, you be more guys. You know what I'm talking about. Going to a restaurant, they put the whole newspaper down. They pour all the crab and the lobster with the corn and the potatoes, and you got your Corona over here, and you just are cracking and eating and drinking and having a good time. I've been blessed to live in the salt state. If you're from Florida, you know what I'm talking about. That's salt life. I've been blessed to live 14 years of salt life. And what they mean in Florida by that salt life, you'll see, if you're from Florida, you know exactly, the bumper stickers are everywhere. That salt life means that you live off the ocean. I've been blessed to live that salt life. So I've been blessed to go from sea to shining sea. Most Americans haven't. Most Americans have never seen California, or they have never seen New York. They've never seen Kentucky. They've never seen Indianapolis. They've never seen Gary, Indiana. They've never been to Chicago. They've never been to Michigan. They've never been to Ohio Players. Shout out to Cincy. They've never gotten a chance to go down to Georgia and eat good, or to the Essence Festival in Louisiana and eat good. They just saw it on TV. So when I say that if my version of America, I've gotten a chance to go from sea to shining sea, and now I can sit back on the front porch and let my kids and grandkids enjoy my citizenship. That's what I mean. I'm not turning my back on the United States. What I'm saying is what I enjoyed about the United States and what many of you enjoyed about the United States, we're going to talk about this tonight, no longer exists. You're never going to see this again. You're never going to see it again. You can forget all about it. You can forget all about thinking that your version, like my version of the United States, is going to be coming back. It will never happen in your lifetime, your kids' or your grandkids' lifetime. We're going to talk about these things. Because I think some of you guys and you ladies are staying in the United States because you really believe in your heart that certain things, it's going to turn around. It won't. It's not. It's showing you, America is literally showing you signs that it's beneficial in the long run for it not to go back to how it used to be. So when I make these statements, it's not Andre hating on America. You must not. No, I really do love my country. 'Tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, let freedom ring. But I know at this stage of life, my version of America, it doesn't exist anymore. I'm going to go back to the comments, but like I always say, America was the girl that I took to the prom. She don't look like that no more. She don't look like that no more. Now let's bring the music back. Here we go. Let's get these shout outs in for you guys. Mon Spaghetti in the building. Shout out to you. And shout out to you, Mr. 007, for that statement. Shout out to Kobe. Hey, Cole, I might be reaching out to you tomorrow for tomorrow's episode. So I might drop a link for you to join me tomorrow and join my brother Chip tomorrow for the Bed and Kia episode. I know that you spent quite a bit of time there off and on in Bed and Kia, and I would love to hear what you have to say in regards to that as well. Like I say, I have you in the video already, so it is what it is. So I would love to hear what you have to say, if that's all right. And my brother Black Empowerment 01 in the building. You see I'm smiling. Finally back. You see that smile. Yes, sir. As soon as I saw your name. Shout out to Black Scorpion in the building as well. Back-to-back blackness. Yes, sir. Let me scroll down a little further to get some more shout outs. Yes, sir. That man is back in the building. My brother says this. He said, same here. He said, I'm 29. He said, the America that I saw as a kid is never coming back. He said, I'll always keep my citizenship. And what I meant was done talking about. Yeah, I'm with you on that as well. I knew what you were talking about too. done talking about it. He said, I know that you'll never give up your, no, I won't. I'm not that dude. I don't think about just me when it comes to my citizenship. It's not just about me. And my citizenship has to do with a lot more than just I'm an American citizen. Once I pass on, if I give up my citizenship, I might even be giving up my rights to my Social Security benefits that Andrea and my kids can take advantage of. So there are things that has nothing to do with just me visiting back and forth or my country 'tis of thee, but there are economic ramifications if I gave up my citizenship as well that I haven't had a chance to research. Would I give up my Social Security if I give up my citizenship? It's little things like that I would have to take consideration. Shout out to Ellis being in the building. Yes, sweet land of liberty, let freedom reign. Jay Fleming, yes, sir. Salute to you, Mr. LAJ. Hope everything is going great with you, brother. E-Man said WWE. Yeah, you wouldn't have WWE. Andrew Craig says this. Mr. Junior says this. He said, long story short, he said, I was done with America for the last 5 years. Political and personal reasons. He said, my trip to Medellin and Cali in October 2023 changed everything. I agree with you, brother. I agree with you. It shows you that you got options, that you got opportunities in other countries. My man Ben Dixon of the Dixon family, Ben Dixon's ghost, that is. He said Dre talking about those mug bugs. Yeah, man. Hey, I'm just being honest. Let me scroll down a little further. Shout out to D Kirk in the building. Appreciate you being here. He said, I grew up in the Salt Life in Florida. Yes, sir. So if you're in Florida, you know exactly what Salt Life is. Absolutely. In the Panhandle. Yes, sir. Shout out to the Panhandle individuals out there in the Panhandles. You guys always have great concerts, great shows. You know, Panhandles is always having the jazz festivals. So yeah, I've been up there a couple times. He said, white sand beaches. I get it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to E Breezy in the building. My boy, my dude. Hope everything's going great with you over there. And I hope you're still in Medellin, having a great time. He said, shout out, salute Dre, chat, in the chat tribe. And Dre, yes, sir. Shout out to you, brother. Salute to you and my brother, Jay Casey, in the building. He said, shout out Dre and Mrs. Spence. Hola, fellas. Hola to you as well, brother. Hola to you as well. And my brother says this, 007 says this. He said, exactly. Looking to retire from the military in about 10 years. He says, so I don't plan on giving up my citizenship either. Yeah. And so many people work hard for us to, to be able to get passports and travel the way that we do. And so for me to just kind of like throw it away and all our ancestors, all the hard work that they put in to build the America that we all have enjoyed, who am I to just throw this? See, white boys can feel comfortable with throwing citizenship away. Half of what our white teen brothers have gotten, they've stolen, connived, scammed, whether it be patents, whether it be ideas, whether it be land. See, our white teen brothers, they can sit back and say, well, I give up my citizenship. They can do that. They ain't got as much meat in the game as we have. We got meat in the game. Native Americans have meat in the game. Asians have meat in the game. The Irish have meat in the game. For those of you that don't wondering why I said the Irish, because the Irish was the one that check it out. The Irish was the ones that white America connived into coming to the country and fighting for the North. See, it wasn't just us who they coerced into being in the Civil War. A lot of people think the Civil War was just among Americans. And it was the slaves that came along, and if it wasn't for the slaves coming aboard, the North would have lost. Yeah, we came on board too, but one of the things that they did, do your homework. They coerced the Irish to come over too. Ireland wasn't doing too good. And so they like, hey, let's get some white folks from Ireland. Because they knew London wasn't coming. You know, England was over there mocking, like, we ain't gonna help you. But the Irish came over and they helped. So white tea America has always coerced, scammed, hustled to this day. So when they say I give up my citizenship, that's because they ain't got no meat in the game like we do. Oh, they'll claim, yes, I'm an American, but well, no. You are, but you got all yours because somebody in your lineage scammed. Yeah, it's easy to be white tea and talk about, yes, I belong to America. Yeah, it's easy to say that when much of your benefits from banks, land ownership, communities, and so forth all have stemmed throughout U.S. history to today because of what your ancestors did. And I'll even say this, what your daddy did. Because I notice white tea people have a bad habit of talking about racism as if it happened 200 years ago. You do know that we could pull up footage of your granddaddy when he was 16 in 1967, when your grandmama was 17 in 1971, throwing bricks and sticks. You know we could pull up photos of your granddaddy. You know that, right? We could pull up photos, and if you're Gen X, we could pull up photos of your daddy. For all you white tea folks that trying to act like it was way back when, we could pull up color photos. We ain't got to go to black and white. We could pull up color photos of your folks throwing bricks, sticks, rocks, and water hoses. And you benefited from it. You benefited from it. So, hey. But I wouldn't give up my citizenship because, you know, black folks has too much, like I said, we got too much meat in the game. We've done too much over the years for the development of America. Whether it is America took our food and created a culture from it, our music created a culture from it, our style and created a culture from it. People look at one point in time, look at Americans like they were cool. Why? Because us black folks were cool. We taught America how to be cool. We taught America how to be fashionable at one point in time. Now America's dressed like slobs, but at one point in time, America's dressed nice. Where did they learn that from? Black folks. Nobody's trying to steal no version of white music has ever been stolen from America. No white tea music, I'm going to say this again, has ever been stolen from America. Let's talk about black music. Country, check. Rock and roll, check. R&B, check. Disco, check. We ain't even got to talk on hip hop. The whole world has taken our genres of music and dance and recipes and food. And America claims it as a badge of honor, but technically it's just black music, black image, black food, black culture. That's when people say America ain't got no culture. Black people be like, I don't know what you're talking about. You ain't talking to us. You ain't talking to us. You talking about America. Talking about them. That's one thing I know is about black people. When somebody says America does not have any, Americans don't have culture. Black people are like, no, you talking about them. Because every country dresses like us, try to move like us, try to dress like us, try to cook like us, try to behave like us. And when we travel, they even try to marry us. Why? Because we are the culture that the world sees in America. They don't care nothing about no Terminator. They want to see Michael Jackson. They don't care nothing about Michael Myers. They care about Michael Jordan. They don't care nothing about no Seth Meyers. They care more about Snoop Dogg. That's what kids around the world trying to see. They trying to see drop it like it's hot. Like they trying to see Snoop Dogg. You can find the Beatles. You can take the Beatles and send them to the other side of the world right now. And these people in remote locations won't know who the hell they are. You can take Michael Jackson, Tupac, Biggie, and show somebody a photo in a remote village, and they gonna know at least one or two of them. We are American culture. We are American culture. We always have been. We always have been. Shout out to Elham being in the building. He says no benefit to giving up your citizenship. I wouldn't. I don't know. I know dudes that, like I said, I know white people that do it, white tea people that do it, but I wouldn't. Shout out to Jamon in the building. He says this, what up, big brother? What up to you, brother? Glad to see that you're here. My brother Bean as well. Hello, Andre. How you feeling? I'm feeling great, man. I'm glad you asked, brother. I'm glad you asked. For all of you guys that were not, I'm giving y'all 411 on Cali, Colombia. All you guys, hey, I want to move to Cali. It's nice. Okay. Let's switch it up, guys. Yeah. This is how our morning was. This is how we woke up this morning here in Colombia, in Cali. Magnitude 5.3. It was definitely a bed shaker, waker upper. It was definitely a bed shaking, waker upper. A lot of people don't realize, yes, Cali does get tremors, earthquakes. Yes. They normally last about 5-6 seconds, but it gives you enough time to think. It make you feel like they last 25-30 minutes. And when you get an earthquake, I'm telling you, it ain't just no, oh, that's cute. Nah. Everything moving. Everything is moving. Our bed is sturdy. Our bed just a sliding away. We're like, what in the world is this? So when you come to Cali, I've been involved in, I think this is my fifth one in 8 years. And I'll let you know how it'll happen. How you know that you might have a tremor coming. And a lot of times, man, I kid you not, I can reach out to T-Mac and say, hey guys, did y'all feel that over there? Because being a part of San Andreas belt, all the way down here, the same belt that is in California, that's the same belt that comes all the way down here to Colombia. So what causes the earthquakes in California is the same belt that causes it here in Colombia. And sometimes T-Mac and them feel that same little tremor, that same little earthquake across the country. Today was not that day. It was just in Cali in the Valle del Coca. That's our state, Valle del Coca, in our state. So it was just in our state. But yeah, as you can see, let me scroll this. So I'll let you know how my day was going. So you got Bogota right here. You got Cali. We're more in the, like I said, we're in more of the southern region. This is the Pacific Ocean. You got Buenaventura right here. This was the heart of the earthquake here, but we felt it all the way in Cali without a problem. Without a problem. And this is where the whales come from. All you guys that want to come in during the Petronio Alvarez Festival in August, you can go do the whale watching tours all throughout here. They do the whale watching tours. Really nice excursion. So that was how our morning was. Thank you for asking, brother. How was your day? Because yes, that was how our day started. Yes, sir. He said, shit, I can't put up pictures of 40-year-olds being racist. I can pull up pictures. Yeah. T-Mac says this. He said, black soldiers were allowed to fight after the small unit of black soldiers repelled a large assault of Confederates. Oh, wow, I didn't know that. He said, convinced the Union to utilize them. That's a nice bit of trivia. He said, hell, you could put up a video of Hillary, Bill, Joe Biden. Yeah, egregious things about black people. Yes, sir. Yeah, Reagan, Nixon. I've heard actually audio of all of them. Nixon calling us monkeys. I forgot the one with Reagan, man. Reagan was on the phone, a long conversation. They released that one with Reagan's racial rants. Oh, man. Yeah. Particularly black men from the 90s. Yes, sir. Shout out to Aiken once again, being in the building. He said it was changing. He said it was life-changing. Yep, definitely. Yeah, Ike Turner. Shout out to Ike. Started it all. Him, Little Richard. Glad to see you here, big brother in life. Glad to see you here. He said, my three Mikes, Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson, and Mike Tyson. Yes, sir. Those are my three Mikes, too. Including my cousin, Michael. I got to put my cousin on the list. That's my dude. Shout out to Zay in the building. Oh, man, that little statement that you made on Facebook earlier today, man, you had me laughing. Man, you had me laughing on that one. Salute, brother. Salute to you as well. Glad to see that you're here. I hope everything's going wonderful with you, brother. And panel, he said, FYI, he said the Michael movie has crossed over $590 million against, I know, only 200 million. They said that it's on its way to beat Bohemian Rhapsody, which is 910 million. And they say that it might cross over the $1 billion mark. But they say the only challenge that it's having is this. The new Star Wars movie coming out next week. With the baby Yoda. Ugh. Oh. The new Star Wars with the baby Yoda. I ain't gonna lie. I want to go back and see Mike again, but I might have to check that new Star Wars out. They say that's gonna be the challenge right there. Let me scroll back down a little further. He said, I had the pleasure of living in the era where Tupac, Michael Jordan, yes, sir, Michael Jackson, Mike Tyson, and so many iconic people lived and thrived in the 80s and 90s. Wouldn't even be like those days. Yeah, America will never be like those days. Absolutely correct. Jay says this. He said there has been an earthquake every time. Every time I've been to Cali, it's an earthquake. I'm gonna have to keep you out of here, Jay. Shout out to Bean. Yes, sir. He said the Pacific Ocean line of South America is part of the Ring of Fire. That's absolutely correct. A lot of people don't know that. Absolutely correct. Good trivia. Good trivia. He says all of Colombia and earthquakes. Yes. You got what you have here is earthquakes, floods, and correct me if I'm wrong, guys, and you have volcanoes. So throughout Colombia's history, and I think the last volcano eruption was like in the 80s. The whole town got, at night, a whole town of people, man, that they had warned got flattened by lava. Yep. It was in the 80s. And I actually visited that volcano too. We've been to two volcanoes since we've been here. So they don't get hurricanes here. They don't get tornadoes. You don't have tornadoes in Colombia, stuff like that. You don't even get tropical storms like that. You just get flooding when it rains. Not when it does rain. In certain cities like Cartagena, it floods a lot more than, Medellin may have areas. Cali may have certain areas that might flood, but not the whole city. But Cartagena, well, when it floods, bruh. Shout out to Jay Anderson. The great that is. Salute to you, brother, being here as well. Black Scorpion showing some love. Lyndon B. Yes. Good call. Good call. Lyndon B. Johnson with his racist rants. Shout out to Slim B in the building. Shout out in the building. Shout out to Dre and the chat. He say, what dragons are we slaying this evening? Well, the dragons that we're slaying this evening are things. We're going to be talking about things that, and we're going to look at video montage, things that Americans are never going to see again. I'll give you a perfect example. No, we'll go through the list in a second. I was about to say something else. Yep, Bill Clinton, his cabinet, absolutely correct. You guys have not lied at all. He said Battle of Port Houston in 1863 and the assault on Fort Wagner in 1863 were two of the pivotal Civil War battles that crushed the Northern skepticism and convinced the Union to mass employ blacks. All right. Thank you very much, T-Mac. Appreciate that. Yeah, they got another Star Wars movie coming out. The Boba Fett and baby Yoda movie coming out. You say Chile has it even worse. Yeah, I've heard that. That's true. You say they have the biggest earthquakes. It affects the rotation of the earth. Wow. I didn't know that. I knew that about Choco. Gets mudslides. I did know that, and floods. That I did know. Shout out to Montrez. Montrez, I still got to send that video over to you. I know exactly. I got you. I just want to let you know I got your email. I was going to tell you that yesterday. I got your email. Tomorrow, I've got a lot of information I got to send out to some guys tomorrow. So your video that you requested the other day, I'm going to be sending that out to you as well. You say, when is there an earthquake? You say, when there's an earthquake, you will always have aftershocks. I was waiting for aftershocks, but we didn't get any. It's kind of funny. Sometimes you get that slow rocking earthquake like we got today. It was hard, but it was rocking everything. And then sometimes you get them with it like, and you like, what the hell was that? So I don't know which one is worse. The one that just shakes up everything real fast. And I mean, it's like, you just, or the one that just slow and it just start, you like, what, wait, whoa. And all of a sudden everything just start rocking and moving. So I don't know which one is worse, but you can tell when there is an earthquake coming. I'll say this again. You can tell. And Andre has told me this many a time and has never failed. Whenever you notice that it's raining off and on, it'll be rainy during half the day, and then the other half is sunny. It's rainy, then sun. I'm not talking about like Medellin, because Medellin is like the city of eternal spring, so it's always spring there. But I'm talking about in other parts of Colombia, you notice it because it's rainy and then it's sunny. Really, it gets really humid, really hot. Like it starts burning up. Like Cali, it rained for like 2 or 3 days last week. And then all of a sudden, the past few days have been blazing hot. That is when you know, yeah, there's an earthquake coming. And you don't know which day, but it's coming. And it never fails. Whenever Cali has rain, and then the rain, then all of a sudden it starts switching in that day, like rain half the day, and it's really humid. Rain, really humid. Then it just gets hot, super hot, earthquake. Every time, every single time. He said, I was lucky enough to be in Colombia to experience 0 earthquakes. Yes, I'm lucky. Yeah, and like I said, it's not all over the country. Like you won't know about earthquakes in Cartagena or those areas, Santa Marta, Bucaramanga. You will not know it. I don't think. Correct me if I'm wrong. Do you guys? Yeah, Medellin gets them. Medellin doesn't get them as harsh as Cali, but Medellin does get tremors as well. Shout out to Chulupe being in the building. So like Florida. And in what way? Like Cartagena, the flooding is like Florida. But the tropical storms, they don't get that like Florida does. How is Barranquilla? Floods. Barranquilla and Cartagena. I don't know about Santa Marta, but we're going to ask our brother tomorrow. Come to think of it, that's a good question for tomorrow. Once again, we're going to have a brother on here who's been living in Barranquilla for the last 6 years. We're going to be interviewing him, and that's a good question to ask. Does Barranquilla get floods or rains or just heavy rain? Yeah, like Florida. Yep, like Florida. Yep. Yeah, that same humidity. Yes, just like Florida. I see where you're going with that. All right, guys, let's get started with the list, and then we're going to get to the video. Because some of the videos are going to be on some of the things on the list are going to be on the video. Let's get started. And these are things that will never come back to the United States. And when I say never, I can say that with conviction. We're going to go over 10 things real quick, and then we're going to go to the videos, because I don't want to hold you guys up too late tonight. Number one, a fair cost of living is not coming back to the United States. You can forget that one. As you're deciding to relocate to another country, stop thinking that the prices are going to go back down. They're not. It's not conducive to, it does not benefit corporations, nor does it benefit the government for prices to go back down in any genre. I don't care if it's gas. I don't care if it's the price of a movie ticket. I don't care if it's the price of a mattress or the sheets that go on the mattress. Prices in the United States are not going back to pre-pandemic. So stop. I know Americans, we often do this. We think that this is just a stage. When was the last time you saw prices go backwards? And I mean permanently, not just for a couple of months or maybe half a year. I mean permanently. It doesn't. It doesn't. Why? One of the reasons, because they need the prices to be go higher, so the stock investors can make more money. Those of us who invest in stocks, we know this. More money is made, more profit we get. And corporations can use a lot of that money to continue to grow. Another reason why it's not going to go down, because, hey, it allows the government to continue to move and maneuver the way that they do in power. Prices are not, whatever you're paying for beef now, get used to it. Whatever you're paying for medical now, get used to it. Your apartment, you paid $1,200 for a studio apartment. That same studio back in the 90s was going for a month, going for $150 to $200 for a studio apartment per month. It ain't going back there, is it? In other words, you will never see these things again. A fair cost of living is never coming back to the United States. To be able to purchase a home for less than $300,000 on average, I'm talking about on average, that's never going back again. It is never going to go back to under $300,000 on average in the United States. The average car right now, brand new, costs you $50,000 for the average brand new off the lot car. That's never going back under $40,000 again. On average. Can you get a new car under 40? Yes. On average in the United States? No. Everything that I'm going to be talking about tonight is on average. So we all can find anomalies in deals. But number one that we're looking at is you're never going to see a fair cost of living again in the United States. You can hang out and talk about us that move to other countries who enjoy a fair cost of living. But at the end of the day, you can forget about that. Just like Iman Perry is saying, prices go up. And because of inflation, the dollar, yes, sir. He said T-Mac says the median price, he said my city, Orange County, is 1.3 billion. I mean, million according to Redfine. So if you ain't walking to the party, and we're not talking about baby mansions, we're just talking about a nice home in Orange County. If you're not walking in the party on average without 1.3 million ready to do a deal, you might forget about that area of the country. And it's not going backwards. It's not going to go back to 800,000. But we as Americans are programmed to hope that it goes back down. There, a T-Mac, a Will, Jay Fleming. There are people in California that are still waiting for prices to go down pre-pandemic prices. I'm about me a house, man, wants to go back down to how it was before the pandemic. No, you ain't. Because it ain't never going back. It's never going back. Number 2, affordable quality of healthcare and medication. That's never going to happen in America again. You don't know, Andre, I can readily tell you, as America being the most expensive medical system in the world for years, it's never going back in your lifetime. You will never see affordable health care in the United States. The closest you came to was to Obamacare. And what did Trump do? Got rid of that. Made the average citizen's premiums almost twice and triple as much for this past 2006 year. Until another Obamacare comes, yeah, you can forget about that. That's never going to happen again in your lifetime. And I mean never. Medications, long as pharmaceutical companies are making record profits every year, do you think that they're going to stop making record profits for you? Those pharmaceutical companies who get their drugs produced in China, if you think I'm kidding, I can pull that up. Most drugs are produced for the United States are produced in China. That's why I say if China really wanted to cut United States off, they can cut us off just by our medication. Y'all think y'all doing something where y'all say, I ain't gonna buy this electric phone no more. I ain't gonna buy this cell phone no more. And I ain't gonna buy I won't buy any more Chinese televisions. Bro, that don't mean nothing. If China really want to hurt us, they ain't got to cut off televisions and cell phone sales from us. They can literally cut off medication from us. Literally. And a lot of Americans don't know that. They buy our pharmaceuticals, buy it cheap, mass produced in China, and sell them those same medications to us in the United States for prices that, like I often say about the elderly in the United States have to choose between medication and a meal if you want to live in the United States as an older person. You got a choice. You can focus on your medication to eat for that day. But for many elderly, they can't have both. And it's not going back. It's not going back. Jay said, I just paid $215 for medication I could have gotten in Colombia for $13. And probably didn't need a prescription in Colombia. That's the crazy part. Montrez says this: the average 1-bedroom apartment is about $1,200. That's crazy. $1,200. 3 times the rent rule just about everywhere in the States. And I can agree with that. Elon said, I thought Obamacare was still there. Trump just added 2 things. I don't know. But all I've been seeing on social media is just Americans complaining about what Trump did. Now, it might still be there, but how it is used and the opportunities And the deductibles, well, I've been hearing Americans crying the blues about trying to, and America is one of the few countries, there's only 2 countries in the world that doesn't have a form of universal health care. I want to say this again. 2. Think of the most impoverished country that you could think of. Congo, Venezuela. Come on, let's think of some poor countries. You know, poorest countries that come to your mind. I don't care if it's Mongolia, India, right? They're in your mind. They all have a form of universal health care for their families. All of them. Even the most impoverished countries, people can get medical help, affordable health care. America and the island of New Guinea are the only places on the planet that does not have a form of federal universal health care. Now, in America, different states might have different policies on, for example, if a woman gets pregnant in the United States, there is no federal laws. This one state can say she gets this amount of days off for being pregnant. Another state may say the father and the mother can get a certain amount of days off. So the states are, but we have no federal umbrella to say we have a universal health care program that protects all Americans, and there are certain paid days off on a federal level. We don't have that. Other countries have it on a federal level, paid days off. We don't. United States and the island of New Guinea. That's it. Number 3, which you will never see again in the United States. Like I said, we're going to get to the videos in a second. You will never see this again in the United States. Government that's not ran by corporations. We've seen this one coming since the 70s. What's the difference between China and the United States? The United States believes that corporations should have the same authority, basically, that governmental officials do. That a president is nothing but a puppet. We can buy through lobbyists, congressmen, whether it be Senate or the House of Representatives. And in many cases, they feel like they can buy a Supreme Court judge. That's how we run our country. Corporations run everything. They've been doing that for years from behind the scenes. Now they don't even hide it anymore. What does China do? Same thing Venezuela was trying to do, but it didn't work because of corruption. I'll say this again. If Venezuela had did it right, they would have been sitting tall like China did. This is what China did. China said that a certain percentage of corporations will be ran and profits will go to the government. And the government took that money that would have just went to corporations and created the infrastructure in China that we know today. If it was not for the government of China putting their hand into the pot of corporations and saying, oh, you guys can't get 100% of everything. You guys got to split that with us. China would not have rapidly expanded its infrastructure the way that it did, because the government wouldn't have had the money to do that, not on that scale. That's what Venezuela was trying to do. The exact same thing. Only one problem. Venezuela had a corrupt government. And I mean truly corrupt. So the money was being made and it was going into the pockets of the government instead of going directly towards the people. If Venezuela had done it right all these years since 2013, 14, 2010 of headache, havoc, and heartache that Venezuela has gone through may not, and I'll say may not have happened. When you get governments involved in corporations, it can work out well or it can falter. Our scenario is corporations are involved in our government. China is involved in their government is involved in corporations. That's the difference. T-Mac says this. He said, I tried to convince a lot of young people to do military service to get benefits such as health care, but most don't have interest. He said VA loans, health care are valuable as you get older, and a lot of young people don't think about that. You are so correct, T-Mac. He said the math ain't mathing in America. It used to, but not anymore. Not anymore. He said, I'm glad I joined the military. He said, I would have been sweating healthcare like a lot of Americans. We're going to look at that tonight. Number 4, that's not coming back to the United States. Affordable home ownership on a massive scale. That's not coming back. Will a buyer's market come back? Yes. A buyer's market in the United States will come back. Will the prices drop to where the average American can buy? No. I'll say this again. No. One of the plans that they're laying down for the average person is this. The difference between the have and the have-nots. America is literally, we say this flippantly, the middle class is gone. American government and corporations are literally trying to choke the middle class out of even existing. They want the middle class to be in a museum somewhere. Once upon a time in America, there was a middle class. They literally wanted to be like the movie Tron or Logan's Run. You have the haves and you've got the super impoverished. Kind of like the movie The Sixth Element. You got the haves that have, and then you got those that are low and they ain't got nothing. Kind of like Star Wars. Those that have. And those that ain't got nothing, ain't got nothing. And we've been seeing that developing, not just the United States, but globally for years. Globally for years. So if you got enough money to buy a house, when the housing market becomes more of a buyer's market, cool. If your credit is straight, you got enough for the down payment, cool. They're doing that with cars. They're trying to make it to where the average person cannot buy a new car. They're trying to make it so the average person, this is one of the things I've been hearing about for years. Global transportation. They're trying to make it to where if you're going to be flying into America or out of America or around America, you'll be paying about $5,000 a flight ticket for a round trip. I'll say this again. America's personal plan is to create a utopia for the haves and the dystopia for the have-nots. You got Americans living in cars in record numbers. You've got parking lots that literally rent to homeless people that got cars. In other words, at 5, 6 o'clock, when they're done renting to all these corporate people that are at work and all that, usually parking lots are empty, right? Like when everybody goes home at 6 o'clock at night, the parking lot is empty. You've got parking garages now that are saying, we will rent after 6, 7 o'clock at night, these spaces until 7 o'clock in the morning to homeless people that live in cars. It's a whole new industry to rent to homeless people that live in their car so they don't be bothered by the police at night. That's how crazy it is when it comes to separation. For you military men and women, they are trying to sell you the idea that they're creating drones and robotics and AI for your protection so we don't lose any more of our American young men and women for war. No, the goal is not to protect you from harm. The goal is to eliminate human resource military. That's the goal. The goal is if I can have the least amount of humans in our military, we don't have to worry about a draft. We don't have to worry about any of our soldiers getting PTSD. We don't have to worry about when a soldier retires, giving him all these benefits. It's a robot. It's a droid. It's an android. It's a drone. The goal is to slowly eliminate you all. Replace you all. Robotic trucks. They talking about having robotic planes. The goal is to replace humans, because once you replace humans, you can dictate humans without any emotional intervention. Because we've got robots and androids running it now. There is no emotional intervention. There's no emotional intervention. So a lot of guys need to take advantage of what T-Mac is saying. Take advantage of the military benefits, because the day is coming in the United States, and it's coming soon. Once they get robotics to the point of where they want it to be, and the United States is putting billions upon billions of dollars into AI, into robots, into drones. Just imagine if we had drone jets, a jet that could take the place of a jet fighter, with no pilot, and it can drop that bomb where we want to drop the whole thing. That truck, the electronic truck, could deliver that robotic truck can deliver those supplies to wherever they need to be delivered to. The robotic dogs with lasers and all that other crazy stuff, and that can shoot. And the enemy doesn't have that. You guys aren't they're gonna, and I promise you that over the next 20 years, they're gonna keep selling you and selling you and selling you military men and women and American citizens. We're doing this for your protection. No, they're doing it for your isolation. Because no matter what you guys say, we won't need to have as large of a human resourced military, because we got robotics now doing it. And they'll sell us, and we'll celebrate and dance in the street to the fact that our sons and daughters aren't going out there risking their lives. And we'll say, God bless America, and we'll do the whole dance, right? Not realizing that the same way that John Trump is using ICE to regulate DC in the National Guard at one point in time, right? Used the National Guard and ICE to regulate DC. He used the National Guard in Chicago, didn't he? And in ICE, didn't he? Milwaukee, National Guard and ICE, didn't he, right? What makes you think that they won't do that with the robots and the drones and the AI? What makes you think that they won't come? They won't need National Guard. They won't need ICE because they're going to have robots out there to control the crowds. You ain't got to worry about the police running out there when it comes to a riot. Go and send them drones out there. Go ahead and send them dogs out there, the robotic dogs out there. You ain't got to worry about no police officer ever getting hurt again because you won't need a police force. We already looked at it the other day. They already got robotic prison guards. I'm talking about in prisons right now. In U.S. prisons, they've got a robotic prison guards that can open up the door, unlock the door of the cell, everything. They do it all. Do it all. So if y'all think he's just speaking, hypothetically, that's got to be like 80, 90 years from now. Bruh, as fast as technology is going, one of the prophecies of Jesus said, one of the signs of my return is when you see technology just flipping over. The advancement of men just rapid. It's going to get rapid, faster and faster and faster and faster and faster. The Bible does tell us about the mark of the beast. We never knew how that was going to turn out until all of a sudden we start looking in China and Japan, and now they don't even need to use their credit card. They just wave their hand, don't they? Whoop. Pay for everything. Now, I'm not having fright night. I'm not trying to shake people up. I'm just trying to say that certain things, if you decide whether you want to be in America or not, certain things aren't coming back. And one of the things that's not coming back, like we just looked at, cost of living, a fair cost of living is not coming back to the United States. You can forget that. When it comes to affordable quality health care, that is not coming back to the United States. Stop pretending like it is. Good quality may come back. A fair cost of medication and services, that's never coming back to the United States. We are literally the most expensive medical system on the planet. Nobody comes close to us when it comes to the average person's cost. Number 3 we looked at was the government that's not ran by corporations. Corporations aren't even hiding it anymore. It used to be like you had the president up front, then like during the Reagan administration, you had, you had Reagan up front, but then you had all the corporate cronies and the lobbyists in the back. So you kind of like, they could hide behind the lobbyists, right? And we kind of like, okay, they're paying the lobbyists. Now, just as many corporate CEOs that congressmen. You can name off 5, 6, 7, 8 congressmen, whether they be the Senate, the House, and you can name off 8, 9, 10 corporate bigwigs that have governmental influence. From the Elon Musk to the Mark Zuckerbergs. It wasn't like that when I was growing up. You didn't know the corporate was in cahoots. Now they don't even hide. Number 4 was affordable home care or ownership. Affordable home ownership. That's not happening in the United States anymore. For those that can afford it, can afford it. Those that can't will be renters for life. Number 5. We're going to look at the 10, then we're going to go to the videos. Let me go to the comment section, by the way. Shout out to you guys for supporting by way of PayPal, Cash App, and Super Chats. He said, Dre, you are on fire. Yes, sir. He said, I own a home. Shout out to T-Mac. He said, I own a home in San Diego. He said, I need to buy a second home. That's a good point. He said, I just had to show that I could afford another home. I found one, qualified, and just waited the minimum escrow time and got the keys. Absolutely correct. Shout out to you, T-Mac. Congratulations on that, brother. Yeah, he said exactly. Watch iRobot and Gemini Man. That's absolutely correct. You can watch this weekend, iRobot, Gemini Man, and Her. Remember Her when the dude fell in love with the AI? He fell in love, the guy that played in the Joker movies. Remember the movie Her? He fell in love with Alexis. You think it's not going to be dudes and women falling in love with Alexis? You can Google it now. They already have AI images that people are literally they've created their own boyfriend and girlfriend online through AI. And they are in love with them. I kid you not. The future is the elimination of the elimination of the use of human resource. I'll say this again. The future is the elimination and the limitation of the use of humans to do as much as humans have been doing throughout human history. Humans have always been involved in the development of this planet. From the hunter-gatherer era to the agricultural era to the industrial era to the technological era. Now we're moving to the era of AI and quantum physics. And this is going to be the first era in which we have put ourselves in a position to where we are no longer needed. Every era, we needed each other. This will be the first one that if there was only 4 billion people, 6 billion people on the planet, it could still work itself out. It can still work itself out. He said, this is exactly how, he said, this is exactly why I don't want to bring any children into the world to have to worry about having to go through this BS that's coming. The crazy part is this. I really believe that a lot of countries will kick against this. To where United States is one of those countries that if they could get rid of us as far as the workforce tomorrow, they would have did it. If they could raise the price of flights to $5,000 per flight tomorrow, if it was up to our government and corporations, they would have did it. I don't think UK, because it has such a strong, how can I say, infrastructure for travel and transport through the trains, planes, and automobiles, it'll take years for the UK. Anybody that's been to UK, you already know. A flight from France to London, you get that for $40. If you, guys, I kid you not, I've experienced it. You catch a train. If you pay for that train, like the ticket for like a week in advance, you can catch a train like through Europe between $40 to $100, bruh. Some train rides, dude. We rode from Barcelona, Spain to Paris, France, 2.5 hours, and the ticket was like $25. Bruh, if I filled my tank up in the United States and drove from Detroit to Cincinnati, I'm spending more than $25. And that's me driving. And I'm just going to the next state. So I really believe that a lot of this overpricing will continue, but it will be isolated in certain countries. And the number one country I believe that overpricing will continue is the United States. And since you've got over 12 million Americans like us that have already left and only go back for business, family, and our friends, right? That's the only reason we go back. You got dudes like Jay Fleming that's like, hey, I go back because I got work there. I got business to take care of there. I go back because I got family, my friends are there. But once that's gone, you got dudes like me and T-Mac and Will that may go back and forth like Jay, but I kid you not. And like a lot of you guys, but I kid you not. There are 12 million of us that don't go back. Except to visit or for finance, stuff like that. But we don't. 99% of our time is outside of the States. And it is growing fast. And America knows that it's going to get to the point where it will feel that lack of births, because people aren't even getting married or even having kids like they used to. And including all those expats that are leaving. America's like, how do we replace this workforce? You don't. You just use robotics, like they just opened up in California, that robotic restaurant you guys got. They got a couple of them in California now. They don't need us to stay. The day will come where they do not need us to stay. If we stay, cool. If we don't, cool. America, remember what I mentioned before. And this is very important before we go to the next point. America, federal government's job is not to protect Americans. It is to protect America. The idea, the land, and the government. I'll say this again. For all of you Americans all of us Americans that actually think America is for Americans, American government, federal government's job is not, our military, our judges, and our Congress is not set up to protect and provide for Americans. It's not. Get that out your head. It has never been set up like that. From the forefathers till now, the state's job is to be there for the people. That's why the federal government gives the money to the states. That's why most of us got our COVID checks, pandemic checks, when the federal government sent the money to the states. All of it has to do with the states. If you don't pay child support, you get way behind in child support. The federal government doesn't come after you and say, we're going to take your passport. No, the federal government says the state has to be the one to come after you and say, hey, you haven't paid your child support. We're going to put a freeze on your passport. Get it out your mind. Talking about the government's supposed to do it. The government is not supposed to be there for the average American. What is the government there for? The government is there for the sovereignty and the longevity. The federal government is there for the sovereignty and the longevity of the land, the actual land, the idea, and the federal governmental structure known as the corporation, in other words, known as the United States. That's their job to be. If all 300 plus million of you and which I already left, all 300 million of you left, you're gone. It is the federal government's job to make sure that that land known as 50 states and its island provinces is protected. With you or without you, you're all gone. It is the federal government's job to make sure that the concept or idea or the Constitution of the United States is still adhered to, if you are there or if you are gone. It is the federal government's job to make sure that the U.S. government, the corporation, with its president, vice president, so forth, continues to run, whether all 300 plus of us are there or not, and is being replaced by other individuals. America does not need Americans. America needs America to survive. Americans can be replaced. All 300 plus of us can leave, and it will impact America. But guess what? There are millions that will replace us and keep the country going. It won't miss a beat. Won't miss a beat. And we'll be standing on the outside of our own country with our hands on our hips like, you know how like the NBA or the NFL has a strike, and then they bring in the scabs players to keep the season going. So they'll pick these players up off the streets, play NFL football, even though they're horrible or horrible at playing NBA. But the regular NBA players are out doing a strike. But the scab players are in there. We're looking at this like, this dude cannot play. When are the real Pistons coming back? Right? It's the same thing with America on a federal level. Americans have a bloated idea of thinking we can't be replaced. Yes, we can. I'll say this again. Yes, Americans can be replaced. The idea, the corporation and the land, the actual soil known as America can't be replaced. I can be replaced. You can be replaced. My family and your family can be replaced. The actual land, soil, the Constitution, and the corporation, which is the government known as the United States, cannot be replaced. And that's what the federal government's job is. Whether through military might, whether it be conniving, whether it be tricking us with propaganda, whatever they got to do, it is their job to protect the concept, the country known in the soil known as the United States of America. It is not their job to protect Americans. You're sold the idea that is their job to protect Americans. It is the state's jobs to protect Americans. The states. It's the state. Y'all gonna learn to get out of your feelings and get out of y'all ego and start accepting this for what it is. I'm not mad at America for what it's done. I embrace the fact that I know I'm replaceable. Andre left America. Did America shut down? When I left America, when all 11 million of us, 12 million of us Americans decided to become expats and left America, did America shut down? Why? Because we were replaced. And we weren't just replaced with other Americans. Foreigners came and replaced me. Foreigner came and replaced this other dude. Foreigners came and replaced that other woman. So all 12 million of us who left, no sweat off America's back. You know why? Because we were replaced. And I have no problem with that. I'm not saying that America doesn't love us. I'm saying that there's a difference between America, the states, all 50 states, and America, the corporation, which is ran by the federal government. And most Americans think the federal government owes you certain things. No, the states does all that for you. That's why each state has its policies, its laws, its bylaws, or its own people. And then if you go to another state, their rules might be completely different. There are 50 states, and in some cases have different laws than the federal government in some cases. But y'all got to get it out y'all mind that America, the country, is there for you. They don't owe you nothing. They don't owe me nothing. I do not put pressure on Trump. I wouldn't have put it on Kamala. I wouldn't have put pressure on. I'm not expecting them to do nothing on my behalf. I automatically know that my federal government is there for America, the country, the landmass. So y'all can fuss and cuss and cry about America ain't the president, ain't the... But the person who you need to be fussing at, your city council members, your state department, your governors, your state district attorneys, your state deputy attorneys, your state judges, all the people you and I take for granted on that ballot that we look at every 2 years. I would easily say 90% of your ballot, those are the people who you need to be making sure got your back. Not just the 1 to 2 Congress people, not just the president, the vice president, but that other 95% of people that's on the ballot that you just, I'm a Republican, so I'm gonna just put all red, or I'm gonna put all Republicans, or I'm a Democrat, so I'm gonna just vote for all the Democrats. All those policies, those city policies or the state policies that they have you vote on, that is what protects you as an American citizen. Those people, you need to make sure you know as much as possible about them. But we've been programmed to kind of ignore the 95% of our ballot and to focus on just about 5% of our own ballot. And that goes for all of us. Most of us don't know anything about our local judges, our local city council, our district attorneys, our governors, our assistant governors, our DAs, our superintendent of our schools, the policy that they had on, hey, marijuana may be legalized in this state. You didn't even realize you voted on that. All these things, 95% of your ballot, that's what Americans need to be focused on. But that 5% of your ballot that you know, those people, their job is to be there for America. America. But you can keep on dreaming. I mean, you can keep on, reaching out to Trump every other day and talking about threatening him, but it ain't his job. That is not his job. It is Trump's job to focus on America on a federal level. It is the governor's job to focus on Americans. You want to fuss at somebody? Fuss at your governor. My brother says this. He says, I went to the Army at 17, got out at 21, got all the benefits I needed now at 31 years old, just like T-Mac was saying. He said, best decision I ever made. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. And Corporal is in the building. Corporal says this. He said, hello. At one of my side jobs, they replaced us 1.5 years ago with AI surveillance systems, CCTV, and drone type of robotics. Absolutely. They don't call off. You can run them 24 hours a day. You can replace the parts. You don't got to do job interviews. Think about it. What do you need human resources for if there's not that many humans to use as a resource? So human resources may go down from 5 people in your corporation or 10 people in your corporation that's in the human resource department. It may go down to 3 or 2. 2 people work a whole human resource department. Why? Because most of the resources are robotics. You'll have more people working in AI and making sure that the robotics work correctly than you'll have people that are doing manual jobs. Think about it. The janitor, he'll be replaced. The actual workers, they'll be replaced. And by the time it all happens, it'll be too late for y'all to fuss about it. Why? Because the military will be robotics and the police will be robotics. And as soon as you open up your mouth, they're going to send those robotic dogs after you. Y'all thought RoboCop was just a movie. Okay. Wait until they send RoboCops to a whole city. You see with ICE is nothing but a sign of what's to come in the future. ICE has no problem with locking up an American, do they? And what happens after that American gets out? What does ICE say? Oh, my bad. My bad. He did say he was American, but we didn't know. So we had to do the research on him. Now we're going to let him go. My bad. We didn't mean to keep you in there for 24 hours. My bad. We didn't mean to keep you in there 2 days. My bad. And then they lock up more Americans because they realize that for the most part, we voted for it. We voted for it. So when he does something in Milwaukee or Minneapolis, we voted for it. He does something in DC, we voted for it. The other reason why I say when it comes to number, I think we were on number 4, number 5. No, that was number 3. Governments ran by corporations. Do realize this. And this is probably the worst, and this is probably one of my boldest predictions for the United States. This is one of the reasons why I said I'm gone. Trump has laid the foundation for every president to come in the future of America. We've had presidents toy with executive orders. Emergencies, use an executive order. Use the power of the executive pen. Toy with it, but never use it as a scepter, right? We've never had a president that I know of that actually used executive order as if he was Pharaoh. As if he was a king with a scepter. Trump has not broken any laws when it comes to his presidency. I'm going to say this now. The reason why Trump has not need to use Congress because he's only using laws that were already passed that says that a president can do this, do that, do that, do this. Whether we agree with it or not, that doesn't matter. Why? These laws exist. Be a perfect example, a good example of a law. 21-year-old man right now, 21, I think he's like 23, in Switzerland. This young man has over 100, I think, no. Over, I think it's 10,000 acres of land. 10,000 acres of land. I just watched it today. This young man discovered just by reading laws as a student that in Switzerland, if land goes unclaimed by the government or by an individual, by law, a person can file ownership and rule that land. This young man in Switzerland right now actually filed for all those acres, renamed the region, calls and considered himself king. He by law has full authority. He's actually bought him just one little used military tank just to say, I got a military. The government of Switzerland has been losing their mind trying to get this young man to give back this land. And I was watching the interviews of the attorneys, not his attorney, but just general attorneys that know federal laws. And all the attorneys were saying, it doesn't matter what the government says. The young man found a loophole and he was right. The young man found a real loophole and he was right. So now Switzerland is negotiating with him because this kid now owns the land where certain roads need to go through and streets. And now they have to negotiate with this young man for just one street to go through. They say, hey, listen, we're going to give you a certain amount of money and we'll name the street after you. If you let us own this amount of acres here, we'll pay for that. And that street that we're going to we'll have to go through your land, we'll name it after you. If you, and it's almost like Switzerland is begging, if you don't mind, sir. And you can look it up. I couldn't believe it, man. I was watching the Swiss news and everything. I'm like, what? He found a loophole. Same thing with Trump. We can cuss, fuss, and be pissed about Trump. But he's not breaking any laws. Not one law when it comes to presidency. He's using that executive pen as a scepter. And we never thought a president will do it. And I'm here to tell you, he's laid the foundation for every Democratic president and every Republican president, an independent president, if we ever have one. Shout out to Ross Perot back in the day for running. Any independent, and Bernie Sanders, any independent president that we'll have, they'll know how to use their pen as a scepter from now on. They'll know how to use their scepter as their pen as a scepter. He's showing every president. So when y'all sit back and y'all think, well, we're going to get a Democratic president next time. Doesn't matter. That Democratic president sat back and watched Trump, and now he's going to use it as a scepter too. And if we get another Republican president, he's going to use it as a scepter too. He's not going to sit around and wait for Congress. He's going to do the same thing Trump is doing. Let me use my cabinet and let me use my pen. And I don't need the Senate for anything except to pass budgets. I don't need the House for anything, just to pass budgets. And I run the Supreme Court. Y'all just don't know, man. That is one of the reasons why I left the United States, because I saw this, what I just described, coming down the turnpike. Yep. Zeta says Japan has had AI robots. He said they were the first ones really doing this. And so many Japanese men and women are lonely. Them AI animated bots, and they do treat them like they're human too. T-Mac says Japan was leading AI in automation, because they have a population crisis. Same thing is happening around the world. Colombia is going through the same thing. Man, Colombians, y'all see a few of these women having babies. Colombians were only having 1 or 2 kids as it is over this last generation. The generations before, 5, 6, 7 kids were per Colombian mama. Now this generation, 1 or 2. Now this generation with Andre and them, one or none. You see a Colombian woman with 2 kids, you like, wow, she got 2 kids? 3 is like, okay, all right. So it does happen. He said, Dre, stop giving ninjas ideas. One of them will find a way to create a pay-for-play kingdom due to some of the old laws. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. He said Africa is the fastest growing. Yeah, absolutely correct. Fastest growing continent. It doesn't have a birth rate issue. Absolutely correct. I mean, they got some things that's coming down the turnpike in Africa, man. Ooh, they doing it. Shout out to Kang being in the building. He said, so when are you gents going to get a 2nd and 3rd passport? I'm eligible for mine right now. So I'll be taking my exam toward the end of the year. Yeah, I'll be getting mine. I know T-Mac is up for his as well. So yeah, I'm getting my dues. I'm not playing with this thing. I am not leaning on one passport. Because I can see the games that people are starting to play, like Trump playing these little games with passports. If you owe back child support, if they come up with that one, they're going to come up with something else. So I'm like, yeah, let me go ahead and get this 2nd passport and stop playing, right? Okay, let's go to the next one. Like I said, we'll get to the videos in a second, and that's when I'm going to be really shutting up. Number 5, that you're not going to see the United States again. You can forget about that. You'll see it in bits and pieces, but you will not see it in masses again. A country that's family oriented. America has not been family oriented in years. Do you have families in America? Yes. Are we known as a family-centered country? No. People know America for opportunity. They know us for our military. We are not known because, you know what, go to America, because when you elderly, they gonna, American families are known to take care of the elderly and their family. We ain't known to take care of no elderly. America, we known for barely taking care of our kids. So we ain't known around the world for taking care of the elderly. Come on, guys, let's be real. Well, my grandmama, we ain't talking about your grandmama. We ain't talking about mine. We're talking about in general. We're talking about the new norm. Let's be honest with the new norm. America is still known for innovativeness, ingenuity, creativity, opportunity. Still known for that. Military. We're still known for that. Certain freedoms. We're still known for that. Family? Yeah, that ain't our forte. We ain't known for no marriages, staying together. We ain't known. Having kids, we ain't known for that no more. Taking care of our kids, as ratchet as our kids are, black and white and Asian, everybody in them streets. All y'all kids in the streets. When our parents used to say, y'all need to go outside and play, we went outside and played. You tell kids to go outside and play now, they may not make it home. And I'm not talking about some pedophile, some pervert messing with them. I'm talking about they may not make it home because when we was out there in them streets, just being kids, and we got in a fight, Andre got in a fight. Okay, Andre out in the fight, and guess what? We all playing football again 15 minutes later. We playing basketball together again 20 minutes later. So ain't nobody running home saying that somebody got deleted. Now, you let your son run out there. You don't know if he gonna be in a gang or he gonna come up acting strange. You don't know if he gonna be on some type of drug by the time he's 13. Or somebody to trick that boy into thinking that he LGBTQ and he needs surgery. You can't let your kids go out and play no more. including the pervs that's out there. We ain't known for community, family, unity. Man, I'll be looking at you, bruh. I'll be looking at us Americans that be like, yes, it's going to be 5 of us that we're going to buy a house on 20 acres of land and we're going to all have our area. It's going to be called Blacktown. And I'll be laughing my ass off. I say, you do know if y'all had a whole area and it's just number black people, it's still somebody will give birth to some ratchet ass child. If you had 20 acres of land, ain't nothing but white people, you still gonna end up with some hillbillies and some rednecks. That's just gonna happen. Somebody gonna give birth to a hillbilly. Somebody gonna give birth to a redneck. And that's gonna throw the whole plan off of white land. We are not known for community. We are no longer known for family, and it's never coming back. We are known for us for no more. I want you guys to never forget this again. America, when it comes to families, we are known for us for no more. For those that have never heard that term before, it means I only care about the people in these 4 walls, my family. Us for no more. It means my immediate family, that's it. I don't care about my neighbor. If he don't make it through the storms of life, too bad. I wave at him. I let him borrow some sugar. But as far as talking about community, Americans are us 4 walls, us for no more. Us for no more. I kid you not. That's number 5. Let's go to the next one. And this is sad. Number 6, infrastructure for all. You will never see an America where everybody will be able to get around. Let's be honest. If you don't have a car, a motorcycle, or a bicycle in the United States, many, if not most, Americans can't even go to a store. Your Dollar Tree ain't even in walking distance. Your Family Dollar isn't in walking distance. You got to be on a bicycle, a motorcycle, or in a car. Let's not even talk about going to a grocery store. But then you go to countries like Colombia, Mexico, the Philippines, Portugal, Brazil, France, and everything is in walking distance. I give you a perfect example of how everything is in walking distance in France. Me and Andrea, our train was heading out to another country, but we had our suitcases because we had checked out of our Airbnb, right? So you like, in America, you just be strolling around, or even in Colombia, you just be strolling around with your suitcases until, you get ready to go to the airport or to the train station, whatever, what have you, right? In France, all you got to do is just go on an app and it will tell you where you can take your suitcases for whatever amount of hours. And usually they're Airbnbs in the area. So in Colombia, Airbnbs are just for where people are going to stay. In France, they have that, and that same Airbnb owner may have a spare room in the Airbnb, and that is nothing but suitcases from people around the world. That Airbnb may be 2 blocks away from where me and Andre are going to have dinner or have lunch until our trains got ready to leave at 3 o'clock We checked out at 11 o'clock of our or 12 o'clock out of our hotel. Looked it up on the phone, went right over there. The guy gave us a tag to put on our suitcase. We had the sticker, we had the copy of our number. So put it in the wallet. It was very inexpensive, it was only a few dollars. And he's going to keep our bags for 2 hours. He put them away. Me and Andre are walking around the city for the next few hours having lunch because we know our train doesn't leave. And we weren't far from the train station. We weren't we knew that we could enjoy ourselves and didn't have to drag luggage around the city. In other words, they made it walkable. In France, they thought of things that have to do with the infrastructure. If only those Airbnbs having extra rooms to where no matter where you are in the city, somebody will watch your luggage for you for a fee, of course. We ain't got that in the United States. We ain't even got that in Colombia. We ain't even got that in Colombia. Hotels have that, hey, could you watch my bags for me? But an Airbnb that you're not even checked into, it just so happened to be in the neighborhood you were in, and you don't have to be a resident of that Airbnb. All you have to do is just roll up with your bags. Hey, how you doing? I'll leave my bags here for a few hours. What? That's extra money for them. In other words, you will never see a walkable city in the United States. Even towns, you can't walk to a local Walmart, Kroger's, Publix, unless you get in the car. It just is what it is. Our infrastructure was never set up. Our highways, our freeways, our streets were never set up for walkability, for bike rideability. It's never set up like that. You gotta have a vehicle in the United States, or you're just gonna be walking. Ain't no walking to work in the United States. You ain't walking to work. In other countries, you can walk to work. In the United States, you are not walking your ass to work. You can forget about that one. We don't never want to admit that. We are not walking to work in the United States. Let me get back to my notes. Let me scroll back down, scroll down a little bit. He said Walt Disney's vision was the perfect white town. DJ says this, he said, yep, Americans don't care about others until they leave the States, which tells you a lot. Absolutely correct. While we were there, they didn't care nothing about us while we're in the States. Now that we've left the States, everybody got 2 cents to say. You notice that part? Now that we've left the States, everybody got something to say. Number 7, fair treatment of the elderly. You will never see that in the United States. I'm thinking about launching another Social Security and finance channel. We did it for 3 years. It would have made you how bad America as a mass treats the elderly. Andrea's grandmother on her dad's side, 96 years old. They just last week, they had to convert the living room into a bedroom. And many of us know how this works. Person's getting older, looks like it's going to pass on soon. So they move the furniture out of the way. And they rented a hospital bed. They have the nurse and the family takes care of her. We've got families in the United States that do that. Not most of us. 70% of all nursing home residents are women. As much as we say we love our mama, we will stick our mama in a nursing home in the United States in a New York minute. I'll say that one again, and you can look that one up. 70% of nursing home residents in the United States are women. And as much as we say we love our mama and our grandmama and our TT, we will stick mom, grandma, and our aunties in a nursing home in a New York minute. That's why I don't go for that. When Americans say, I love mama, you tell me nothing about mama. I listen to us. I watch us. We ready to fight somebody about our mama. I go to jail about my mama. As soon as your mama get old, Americans, we stick a mom in that nursing home. We sticking her in that prison. We sticking her right now. Dude, I worked in a nursing home. That was my first job when I got the 10 years of incarceration. You know, if anybody knows and recognizes a prison, it's a dude that was in prison for 10 years, right? Nursing homes are nothing but prisons without bars. They're just prisons with regular doors. They got the same color scheme. They eat on certain days. In certain hours. Meds are given to them in intervals, and medication is given to them to control them. Just like in prison, they were giving out medication to unruly. See, they don't never tell you this in the movies. In prison, anybody ever been to jail? If you that see in the movies, they try to make it seem like, or doing the documentaries, they try to make it seem like the dude that's fighting all the time. Yeah, he the tough dude. Oh, he the tough dude. He running things. In real jail, you keep causing trouble. They're gonna have your ass doped up on so much dope. You're gonna be leaning for the next 5 years. You're gonna be doped the heck out. And I've seen it. Them dudes be in that pill line, and Jay Fleming, no, he worked in that industry of incarceration in prisons. They will have your butt doped up so much, man, in that pill line. By the time you get out, you a doped up junkie. But when you first went in, you was a troublemaker. You was fighting guards and fighting it. Boy, go ahead. Keep on playing. Thank you, Jay. Keep on playing. They will have you doped up, man, so bad. They'll never talk about that on the documentaries. When they document and they're interviewing prisoners. Yeah, I had to whoop 2 dudes. Yeah, I had to rape these dudes. I was raping dudes. Yeah, they'll tell you all that, right? In the movies and documentaries, but they'll never. I have never, ever seen in any documentary or any movie. Have you ever noticed this, Jay Fleming? They have never shown the peel line. They've never shown the line of those guys that get lined up twice a day to get that dope and had them dudes like walking zombies. The whole bit. The whole time them dudes in jail from being troublemakers, they like, okay, no, we ain't got to put you in a hole no more. Don't worry about that. Yeah, go to the peel line. Get that dude so strung out on them pills, and them dudes be gone. But they don't tell that part. They don't tell that part. He said up in there looking like Mac from Who Flew Over the Cuckoo's, one of my favorite movies. Jack Nicholson's One Who Flew Over. Yep, just like that. That peel line in the movie, The One Who Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, is literally how most prisons do. You are 100% correct. And like I said, them dudes be in that pill line like two, 3 times a day, man. You just be looking at them dudes. And all of them was some beasts when they first came in. And then you got some dudes that be in the pill line because they just can't take prison. Like they get on suicide watch, put them dudes in the rubber room. Them dudes go see counselors, and the counselor be like, just give him some medication to keep him calm while he do these 5 years. And so the dude might not have been a troublemaker, but he mentally just can't take the time, and he might do something to himself. They'll put him on pills. And the next thing you know, he's zombied until he get out. Man, I'm telling y'all. He said, my older sister had my mom sent to a nursing home after a stroke. She had the authority to do it. He said, I was the only one to bring her home before she sadly passed away a few years later. Shout out to you, Zay. Shout out to you, brother. And I'll tell you why I said that. I didn't just say that just because of your mom. I've told this story before we go to the next one. When I was working in a nursing home, I would go in on one of my days because I was the guy that delivered. I was just getting out of prison, so my job was just to deliver the food to each floor. And then once everybody get done, collect the trays, them same trays and plates that they had in prison, collect the trays and take them back to the kitchen. So that was my job. My job was really easy. I go to each department, deliver the food. Once they're done, I come back like 15, 20 minutes, an hour later. I gather all the the plates and the trays, and I take it back downstairs for the kitchen dudes to clean it. That was my job, right? And I would work on Saturdays. Some of you guys have heard me tell this story. I'm gonna come to your comment, Jay. Some of you guys have heard me tell this story. I remember one Saturday I went into the nursing home I was working in, and I used to notice like every Saturday, like a bunch of older people just standing in the doorway. So I'm thinking, because I've seen them do this before, this was like a field trip. Like they would take them they do this in the Colombia too. They take them to a park, or they'll take them to the mall early in the morning. They'll fill up the van, take them to the mall, or they may rent out a bowling alley, let the older people just have fun bowling with the rails up, or whatever it may be. They're just doing a field trip just to get them away from the nursing facility. So I'm thinking every Saturday, this is what they're doing. Because I'm seeing men, women, everybody dressed up and they're ready to go, right? And until one Saturday I went in and I knew the young lady that worked at the front desk. I said, hey, where are they going today? What's the field trip for today? And she said to me, Andre, what are you talking about, field trip? I say, everybody's waiting for the field trip. I say, don't they go out on the field trip every Saturday? I say, every Saturday I come here, everybody's standing out front and in the lobby waiting on the field trip. She said, Andre, come here for a second. She wanted me to get away from where everybody was standing. I said, what's up? She said, that's not a field trip. I said, what are you talking about? I say, every Saturday since I've been here, the people are in the hallways, and in the front lobby. They're dressed up like they get ready to go. She said, yeah. She said, these people have been coming to the front lobby on visitation. Older people have been coming and waiting in the front lobby for visitations for years, every Saturday, hoping a family member will come to visit them or to get them. Their son said, and remember what I mentioned, 70% of all nursing home residents are women. So most of the people waiting in the lobby were women, all races. So, and their son or their daughter told them, mom or grandma or a TT, I will be back. And every Saturday, these people think their son or their daughter is either going to come visit them or finally come get them. And every Saturday, I walk past those people. Every Saturday. So when I tell you, I know how America treats its elderly. We had an era where we respected our elders. That's never coming back again. That's going to be in a museum somewhere. Remember how America used to be, how it treated its elders? If y'all think I'm kidding too, let's go here. Give me a second. That's how crazy it is. Let me blow this up for you guys. You know me. Got to come with the receipts. Let's go here. And let me blow this up even a little further. Let's see if I can make it larger. Okay. Let's see if you guys can see that. Okay. Yes, this is accurate. Women make up approximately 70 to 75% of nursing home residents. Let's look at some of the reasons. First reason, longevity of lifespan. Women live longer than men. Widowhood and living alone. A lot of these women that are bragging about, I'm not having no kids, I don't need no man. Well, they don't realize they're going to get older. They're going to be living alone. And so they're going to end up in nursing homes. Chronic health conditions. Women often live longer with chronic conditions and disabilities that necessitate nursing homes. To where men don't have as many chronic illnesses as women, or men pass on before most women. Women have these chronic illnesses, such as Andrea's grandmother fell down, cracked her hip. She's too old at 96 to survive the surgery. So the doctor said you either can take the surgery or she'll be in her bed for the rest of her life. And at 96, the family said, well, we're going to take care of her at home. Well, just imagine the ladies, the lovely ladies of the community in the United States who say, I don't need a man, falling down and cracking their rib. And they don't have anybody, or cracking their leg or whatever it may be. And they have nobody to take care of them back home. They go into nursing homes. They go into nursing homes. That's why when they ask men, do we need women? Yes. Women, do y'all need men? We don't need no man. Okay. It's easy to say that when you're 31, 32, 27, 28. I want to hear you say that at 67, 71, we don't need no man. 73 years old, I want to hear you say we don't need no man. The facts, women live longer, on average almost 4 years compared to men. And women are 60% more likely than men to need help with daily living activities, eating, bathing, and dressing at 75. Say this again. At the age of 75, a man is 75 and a woman is 75. A man is 75 years old and a woman is 75 years old. A woman is 60% more likely to need help with basic daily activities like eating, bathing, and dressing. Remember, men are born with more muscle density. We're used to lifting. We're not saying that all men at that stage are in perfect health. What I'm saying is that on average, if you got a man and a woman that's 75 years old, a woman is 60% more likely to need help than a man would at the same age. And all this stems all the way back to what I was saying. For you guys that didn't know, women make up approximately 70 to 75% of nursing home residents. Shout out to all you guys. Zay says this. He said, I was the only child to visit my mom in the nursing home in Georgia. He said, I'm the youngest of her 5. He said, I was up there so much, I smashed my mom's. Shout out. I smashed my mom's nurse after a while. That place was depressing. 007 says, they said my dad and I could live there together until we both go home to glory. No issues. Yes, sir. Shout out to you and your dad. He says, as much as my mother gets on my nerves, I still couldn't bring myself to do it. She'll just live with me. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Andre and I have already had those discussions. When you get married to somebody in another country and you live in a country such as, you got Ronan Travelers, right? He lives in a family-oriented country, family-centered country. I live in Colombia, family-centered country. Some of you guys are living in Brazil. If you plan on being, I'm serious. If you plan on being serious with somebody, you are going to have to take in consideration, what if dad passes on and mom can't take care of herself? Mom might be moving in with you. Or if mom passes on and dad can't take, you got to be able to have those type of conversations, because we're all getting older. And we by, regular osmosis, expect the past generation to pass on before we do. So you got to be ready with that conversation of, if you're going to be in love with somebody, what if her mama get old? What if her daddy get old? Like in my case, and many of you guys' cases, your mothers have passed on, but maybe the person who you in love with, their mama ain't passed on, or their daddy hasn't passed on. Are you ready for that? I've had those conversations with my wife, and I know the expectations. These are the type of conversations that guys don't have when we travel to other countries, and you like, I got me a girlfriend, I got my boo. Okay, cool. Let's see how serious y'all are, because life gonna keep lifing. I'm gonna say this again. I don't care how much you in love. One thing I learned about being married outside the United States, I do not care how much you love. Life will keep lifing. Is this the wife or the girlfriend that you want to have while life is lifing? That's what you're looking for. Can this person handle life while life is lifing? Don't ever think life is going to stop lifing because you in love. I gotta be this bad Brazilian, and life gonna keep lifing. Bro, I got this Japanese chick, man. We've been together for 3 years. Don't matter. Life still gonna keep lifing. So unless you're ready to have those grown men conversations, it won't matter, because life gonna keep lifing. I'm giving y'all a straight up tip, man. My brother T-Mac says this. He said, my friend in Colombia keeps their grandmother with them, and she has a camera on her 24 hours a day, and they always monitor her. Yep. Hey, sexy boo. You happen to be at home. You've been gone all day. I said, you've been gone all day. They always monitor her when they can't be with her or when she's asleep. Elham says this. He said a lot of guys or a lot of people aren't ready for that conversation. But you better be ready if you want to be in relationships in another country. I don't care if that's your girlfriend, your lady friend, or your wife. These conversations, when you are dealing with people in family-oriented countries. Now, like the United States, that us four no more mentality, we used to it in the States. I give you a perfect example. Andrea just looks at us Americans with a questionable glance because we don't talk to our families every day. And I know a lot of people down here that are like that, like, y'all don't talk to y'all family every day. Like, no, we don't talk to our families every day. Like, you don't call your aunties, your grandma and them, your sister and them every day. Y'all don't call y'all people every day. That's crazy. I don't see how y'all do it. But as Americans, you know, you may call your sister like, okay, once a week, twice a week, every other month. They living their lives. Ain't nobody dead. Ain't nobody called me. Ain't nobody dead. They must be good. That's how we think as Americans, right? Now, there are some of us that call our family members all the time, but for the most part, not everybody. But in these family-oriented countries, they talk to their family all the time. They see their family all the time. You got to get used to that. You got to get used to that. T-Man says, I'm going to be like the hatecracy on Boondocks. He said they will kick me out of the retirement home. Oh, I know. Oh, I know exactly who you're talking about. On Boondocks, yeah. He said, funny episode with Stink Meter. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know exactly who you're talking about. Good call, T-Mac. Yes, sir. Good call. Yes, he is. Good man, Mr. 007. Let's continue on. Let's continue on. And let me scroll down. Shout out to Bolden with the $10 love over on the Cash App. This conversation is needed. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys supporting by way of PayPal and Super Chats as well. You guys have not sent your brother a Super Chat all evening. He said this. Number 7 is this. No, number 7 was the treatment of the elderly. Number 8 is, we're going to get through these last 3 because I want to get to the videos without saying much. Number 8 is healthy foods. That's not coming back to the United States. Even the healthiest food that you eat in the United States is trash. Unless you're growing it yourself, compare it to the rest of the world. Now, if you compare it to the United States, okay, cool. Like this state's food is better than that state's food. I'm with you on that. But when you start comparing the United States healthy foods and regular foods to just the average country, United States is way behind. Every time I turn around, they got a new food. They got food for y'all that they feeding y'all that's made out of what's the computerized, where they make it out of the computer? What's it called? What's the term called? The meat when they make it out of computers now. They've got that one. They've got the they've got bananas that you can't bend. Look like they're made of rubber. They've got the rubber looking watermelons, GMOs. Yeah, the 3D printing, because that's what I want to buy. I want to buy myself a 3D printer. The 3D printers. And I kid you not, you be looking like, what? The closer you will get to standards on the side of the road. On the side of the road. Yep, that. Because they naturally grow it. That's why I used to always go to a farmer's market. I kid you not, because I knew that they grew it themselves. I would go to the farmer's market. He said they just came out with a new Sprite soda. And they just make it, they just make it ish up. How you gonna go with a new Sprite? Yeah, the printed meat, the 3D printed meat. Yep. I'd be looking at the back of recipes here in Colombia, completely different than the States. The Beyond Meat. And they be charging y'all crazy prices. And you think that in your lifetime it will turn back around, prices will go back down, or meats or foods will be healthier. It's getting worse and worse. Bruh, do you know, every time I go back to the United States for the Black Man is for Conclave, do you know what the hardest part of the conclave is? Being back in America, there's one thing that's harder for me than even being back in America. Finding something to eat. It is so hard for me to find something that's organically healthy to eat. Because first of all, I ain't like a El Guapo. I go to the conclave, but I'm not renting a vehicle. Usually I just take an Uber wherever I'm going. And usually I'm there, I'm speaking, and I'm hanging out with you guys. So I don't have time to find out if we're in Miami, where's the fruit market or the farmer's market. I don't have time for it. So I'm eating just regular American food. We're all hanging out in the restaurants. So I'm eating whatever I can find best on the menu. And it's trash. I'm gonna tell you something. Every time I go back to the United States, I'll be like, F it, it is what it is. When it comes to eating, I say I'm not gonna stress about it. I'll just eat what I got, what I see, and then when I get back to Colombia, I'll just go ahead and detox, and that's what I do every time. I don't even just mentally just get frustrated or upset. I'll be like, you know what? It is what it is. I look at the commercials of the food on a commercial. I'll be like, what the heck is that? A triple cheese with the cheese melted on top of the cheese, and the burger is dipped in cheese. And I love cheese, but not like that. Not a triple cheeseburger that's it's fried with cheese. And then after it's fried with cheese, it's dipped in cheese. The whole burger? Yeah. Even if you go to Whole Foods, half of that stuff I found out was trash, even in the Whole Foods store. So I'm like, He said, I went to Jamaica and came back. He said, the first thing I ate was, he said, I got constipated. Yeah, man. I kid you not. I thought it was just me. My body was like, hey, man, what are you doing? He said, hard to get anything healthy now. My brother says this. He said, so many overweight girls. Yes. That's another thing that makes America one of countries with big people. Montreal says this. He said, I really don't eat fast food anymore after I started detoxing my body. And DJ says this, only place you'll find pork and beef in one sandwich, United States. Facts. All right, let me scroll down a little, to the last two right here before we get to the video. He said the truth about the world. That's what it is. Number 9 is the truth about the world. You are never going to hear the truth about the world in the United States. Forget it. Don't even try to look for it. You got to literally do your own homework. The news is not going to tell you the truth about the world. Social media is not going to tell you the truth about the world. They're always going to sell you as if every country is in dire straits but ours. Every country got high food prices, but ours. Every country's got, remember how many years those of us who had never been to China or Japan, but especially China, thought, because even Russia, I'll put Russia in this too. We thought, because I know I did, and not talking about you military brothers, most Americans thought, because our country is so expensive to live in, that the other two dominant countries, Russia and China, must be expensive to live in. So we were sold the idea that, hey, our competing countries is just as expensive to live in Russia as it is to live in America. It's just as expensive to live in China as it is to live in America. And now with social media, we have discovered that we are the only ones that's ultra expensive among the big three countries. The only ones. The only ones. You got China, their home ownership is in the 90 percentile. What? So rich people got a crib, corporate people got a crib, even broke people got a crib to live in? I wish we could say that about our country. 'Tis of thee, sweet land of liberty. But we can't. Number 9 is you will not hear the truth about other countries. And number 10 is the pride of being an American. That's gone. America, especially African Americans, used to have something called, and I've mentioned this a few times, moral currency. Moral currency. There was a time when people looked at America as the place to go, not only just because of opportunities, but because of the people. We've had racism, we've had issues, but no matter what, in the grand scheme of things, the average American was some good people. There was even a term called the good American. Nobody gossiped about us. Other countries didn't laugh and mock us. Americans, including blacks, were married at a 70 to 80% clip. Blacks owned businesses in black communities. White owns whites in white communities. Now look at us. It's not black Americans that are embarrassing. All of us are. You can find just as many videos of ratchet white people in the hills of Kentucky doing some ratchet white people stuff as you can find some black people in the inner city doing some inner city ratchet stuff. America, we no longer have moral currency. In other words, people that saw us of people of standards, people that used to look at us as a country of honor, a word that you cannot use in America anymore, honor. Nobody looks at us like that. We're going to look at the video tonight. You've got people that actually look at America and says they feel sorry for us. You got expats that travel the world and people have walked up to them and said, almost sorry for your loss. Because they see how bad and how immoral America has become. And under this regime, doesn't look like it's going to get any better. I was doing homework on the videos and all I kept seeing were foreigners saying, America, Americans, are you okay? Is everything fine? Americans, We're keeping you in our prayers. Americans, it's going to turn around. Just stay strong. There are countries, true story, that literally have feed the children commercials for American kids. Feed the hungry commercials. For the price of a cup of coffee, you can feed Timmy and his mama in Philadelphia for 2 days. Please feed the children in America. Before we go to the video, shout out to my brother Jaquan being in the building. He said food in America is total garbage. He said, yeah, foreigners see what was happening. He said, and it's why they ain't coming over here in bunches. Absolutely correct. And DJ says this. He said, America is now the kid who pretended that who pretends to his friends like he isn't on food stamps. That is an excellent way of putting it. Shout out to T-Mac with the $10 love. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Let's get ready to get started with the video. Let me remove this. And let's bring the video up.
Avoid anymore, and that's the fact that this country no longer looks like the America that they believed in growing up.
There's something wrong in this country telling people it is okay to work 3 jobs, not see your kids, not see your loved ones, not take a vacation, and God forbid you get sick. Okay? And I still got a job at home because I'm a mother. Because let's not forget, I don't get a day off. And I got to figure all that out. How are we going to eat? How are we going to pay rent? How are we going to pay the utility bills? That every single thing went up after COVID. Not one thing stayed the same except salaries. The only thing that stayed the same in this country is the minimum wage. Even though everything else went up. There is no scarcity. It is, how do we pit people against each other so they're too distracted to see everything that I'm too addicted to consuming and how much profit I'm making, and more profit, how many more houses one individual can have, how many yachts can one individual have, and you're going to arrest me now that I make a tent city? Yeah. So if I take the scraps from the trash and make some kind of shelter for me and my children, regardless whether I have mental health issues, regardless whether I'm an addict, regardless of whether I am a female, male, whatever, I am a human being first. With what conscience are you criminalizing poverty?
I lived in a third world country this last year. It was so dangerous. It was so scary. Oh my God, I woke up every single day being like, oh my God. Bucket showers, living off the land, understanding where my food's coming from, understanding the way of life. No, babes. America is a third world country. America is a third world country. I've been back for 3 months. And my body is so inflamed. Anytime I walk into a grocery store, I don't even know what to pick because I know it's all toxic. Any interaction I have, I'm like, oh my God, you just want something from me. The American men don't even get me started. The only thing that's beneficial about America is the opportunities here. You have more opportunities here, but you have to give your soul for those opportunities.
All right. Like we said before, fair cost of living is one of the things that's never coming back to America.
As a Londoner living in the US, this is the greediest country I have ever lived in. So here's a list of things I've had to pay for which make no sense and would send the European mind into absolute psychosis. Let's kick it off strong with number 1. I pay processing fees for my rent. I pay my rent and then I pay $6 to process my rent. Why am I paying you money to take my money? Now the next thing is I didn't realize how expensive healthcare actually is. But one day I had a really bad toothache and I went to the emergency room. First mistake. They scanned my insurance card, put me in a queue, and when I finally get to see a doctor, he looks at my tooth and says, yeah, we can't actually help you. You need to go see a dentist tomorrow morning. I said, cool. 2 weeks go by, I get my bill. $600. Luckily, I had insurance, so I paid $120. But think about this for a second. I paid $120 for a doctor to tell me he can't help me.
This is what I'm struggling with in America right now in my 20s. Why is everything so expensive? Why am I making more money waitressing than I would make using my college degree? I barely have a life. I have 2 days off and I work Wednesday to Sunday, doubling just to pay my bills. At 22 years old, all of my bills are in my name. I have no help. How are y'all affording housing? In Myrtle Beach, a 1-bedroom apartment is $1,500. How are y'all getting insurance, going to the doctor, getting medicine? And then some of us are trying to be TikTok influencers. Who knows where that's going to get me? Me and my boyfriend are saving, but we barely see each other during the week, and it feels like we're working our off for nothing. Do we need to move somewhere for a better job opportunity that we don't know about? Do any of y'all really know what you want to do with your life right now? It is so scary being in America right now.
What am I doing wrong? I work every day and I'm still broke. Like, I have a decent job, I make some decent money, but I live out here in Cali. Like, bro, as soon as I get paid, I have all these bills stacked up, bro, that shit wipes me clean. Like, fuck, I got no money left over. Making $100,000 a year doesn't get you anywhere nowadays.
Hi guys, I'm really stressed today. I just went to the grocery store, bought 10 items, and it was $80 freaking already. I literally have $10 left on my account. So a little backstory. I got laid off from my job a month ago. And I've been applying for jobs months before I got laid off. Sent out hundreds of resumes already. Applied to hundreds of jobs on the internet, remote and on-site. Tailored my resume to every position that I applied using ChatGPT. Went to only a few interviews. And still nothing.
All right, guys, we're just coming from the grocery store and we're tackling the topic, is Colombia still a country where you can go to get a bang for your buck? Of course, you guys know, once again, as I always say, we're in Cali, Colombia, me and Andrea. And Cali, Colombia is about 40% less expensive than Medellin, Cartagena, or even Bogota. So when you are doing price comparisons, you may want to look that up regarding if you want to move your family or if you want to even move yourself to Colombia, what areas work best for you. Now, remember, Cali is the 3rd largest city in the country, but we're not here for that. We're talking about a food haul. How much did we spend on all these groceries? We're going to look at the groceries, and at the end of the video, I'm going to tell you how much we paid for these groceries right here. So we got 24 packs of eggs sitting right here. And once again, now let's take a look right here. We got cereal, Andrea's favorite cereal, Choco Krispies. A lot of times you can get cereals in a bag, but you can also get the same cereals in a box as well. Most Colombians do not buy too many American brands. They like to stick with their own brand. So this is Andrea's cereal. We have a bag of limes. You can also get lemons here in Colombia, so we also have that. You know, I love my pepper seasoning, so we got seasonings. We've got teriyaki sauce, so when we're making stir fry. We were able to get 2 cans of tuna. So we got 2 cans of tuna. Let me move this pineapple design out of the way. We're able to get a bag of rice, because I usually eat brown rice, but Andrea likes the white rice, so we got a small one for her, but we got the brown rice in the kitchen for me. We were able to get the vegan vegetarian cheese that I really love here. It's really good, tastes like Americans-ish, but it's very healthy. It's actually so vegan, it doesn't even have any milk in it. It's really, really good cheese, so I really like this one. Also, I was able to get half a cabbage. The reason, because I am doing a cabbage recipe this week, a really nice cabbage recipe I might introduce some of you guys to. Right here, we got some pepper seasoning. We also got some all-purpose seasoning, some garlic powder, in other words, garlic powder seasoning. We also got some plantains. You know your boy loves his fried plantains, so we're gonna put that right there. That's just one of the bags. Once again, at the end of this haul, I'm going to let you guys know how much we spent in all for all of this that we acquired here in Cali, Colombia in 2026. So let's go to the second bag. And the second bag of food, we got the tortilla shells, because we really don't eat bread that much here. We might do bread melts or tuna melts or grilled cheese every once in a while, but we usually like to eat a lot healthier with the tortilla shells. So we have that. We also have a powdered milk, because Andrea uses this in coffee. So instead of just using creamer, she uses a very healthy powdered milk. Also, I like to make my fruit salads, but I like to blend them as well. So I'll put cashews in there. I'll put the raisins in there. So we have 1 cashew bag, 2 bags of raisins. We have also the dried cranberries. So I have cranberries. So I've got the cashews, 2 bags of raisins, and the dried cranberries. Andrea snacks, plantain chips. We really don't eat regular potato chips here, but the plantain chips are a lot healthier. You can look on the back when you notice that. One of the things that you'll notice here in Colombia is that they also, I'm going to come to the front where you guys are. They also have a tendency for all of their foods, they put these health informations right on the front. So even if you don't read the back to let you know that it's healthy, it'll also let you know in the front of their products how much sodium is in it, is it healthy, what it's made of, things like that. So you don't have to worry about if I'm eating something healthy or if I'm not eating something healthy here in Colombia. Got us a bag of dry coffee, because come on, this is Colombia. You got to enjoy your coffee. So we'll put that right there. So we got 2 bags down, 2 bags here in Colombia. What else do we have in here? Nothing else? We got 2 bags down. We're going to see what else we have. Once again, we're just coming from the grocery store, and we're proving that in 2026, Colombia is a country where you still can get a bang for your buck, even though the dollar is not as strong as it once was. At one point in time, the dollar to the Colombian pesos was 4, almost 5 to 1. Now it's like 3.5 to 4. But can you still get a bang for your buck? That's the question. I'm here to answer that. So you've seen all this food that we've acquired so far. Also, we were able to get all these bananas right here. Got all this. And we got the tomatoes, the small tomatoes. We also have the large tomatoes as well. We've also was able to get with the tomatoes, we were also able to get the strawberries. So I'll put the strawberries right here. We've got humongous pineapples, humongous. Always get one that's ready. We can put in the refrigerator and chop it up tonight and enjoy the pineapple. Usually that's what we snack on in our house is fruit, not unhealthy chips or any other products that we normally eat as snacks in the States. It's kind of crazy. Snacks are more expensive. Chips, candy bars, those things that you would normally eat are more expensive to have in Colombia, but to have healthy fruits and healthy vegetables and other products are very, very inexpensive compared to the United States. You can get snacks for next to nothing, but when it comes to eating something healthy, you're going to pay the piper in the States. And that's another reason a lot of people leave. So always get one for us when we are about to eat that one tonight. That's why I make sure it's all yellow and it's all fresh, and you can check the bottom. When you want to check your pineapple, you want to check and see if it's dry. The drier it is at the bottom, that means that it was freshly cut. The moister it is, that means that the sugar is starting to run down inside the pineapple. That means that if it's yellower or oranger, or if it is starting to get moist at the bottom, that means it's time to eat that pineapple. Then we'll get one that's a little bit more greener. Now this one is ready in a few days. So we know that we can just take this one, just put it on the shelf. It is still dry at the bottom. That means that all the sugar inside hasn't run to the bottom of it, meaning that it's not ready to eat. In other words, give it a few more days, but this one is ready for tonight. So we've got 2 pineapples, and we've got a huge container of blueberries. So we didn't get a small container of blueberries. We got a huge container of blueberries and a huge container of the mini or small tomatoes as well. So I put this right here. And
We got the string beans. Gotta have some beans. String peas or string peas. Have that right there. Got an avocado. Gotta have your fresh avocado. And like I said, we have the larger tomatoes. So in all, 24 packs of eggs, strawberries, 2 bags of the raisins, as well as the other bags of peanuts and cashews, Andrea's cereal, along with the seasonings that we got, along with the coffee, the plantains, along with the rice, the tuna, the vegan cheese, as well as the tomatoes, the small as well as the larger tomatoes, the peas, or string beans, in other words, the avocado, all of these fresh bananas, the blueberries, the dried, like I said, instead of using creamer, we use dried, the Colombian dried milk, Andrea's bag of plantain snacks, tortillas right here, as well as half of a huge cantaloupe, as well as.
I didn't mean to say cantaloupe. I meant to say cabbage. That was a huge cabbage.
Don't forget, we got the limes. We got the bag of rice right here. Hope I didn't forget anything else, including the pineapples and the strawberries.
All right, guys, let me know how much I spent. All you guys, I saw some guys say $60. 007 says 60. Let me know what you guys say that I spent. How much did I spend here in Colombia? I'll wait to see what you guys have to say. Let me know how much you guys think that I spent in Colombia. Mom Spaghetti said 40. Ella said 100. 45. 45. 30. Good guesses, guys. 50. Depending on the supermarket, this is true. All right, we doing the prices right for real. 48.66, 65. We doing the prices right for real. All right, $1. That's stupid. All right, let's see how much I spent.
We spent in Cali, Colombia, only $60. That's it.
All right, whoever called 60, good call. No meat. Yeah, we already go to the seafood market to pick up my meat. $60. Yes, sir. He said, I'm getting on stage. $60.
For all of this, we just spent $60. We didn't spend any more. We didn't spend any less on this segment. We just want to show you guys that you're still able to get a bang for your buck here in Colombia.
All right. The next thing that you would not see in America, like we said before, fair cost of housing.
New CNN polling data shows Americans aren't just worrying about the economy, they're actively starting to adapt to it. The headline, 55% of Americans view the economy and cost of living as the single most important issue facing voters today. That's up 13% since just this January. And now we're seeing that stress come to life in how and where Americans choose to spend their money.
Before we go there, let me give a shout out to our super chat from Chris. My bad, Chris. Chris says this. He said, I got back from Thailand 1 month ago. He said, my nose is still clogged with snot and mucus. The food caused mucus. Yep. He said the constant runny nose started when I landed in the U.S. It's amazing how when you go to other countries, man, how you assume how your sinuses will be. I know a lot of people that are like that. You assume that your sinuses will be just like they are in the States. Then when you go to another country, your sinuses get better. Some of you guys that got hay fever, you don't go through all them the sneezing attacks and sinus issues when you're in another country. And as soon as you get back to the United States, all of a sudden the symptoms start showing themselves again. So I feel where you're coming from, brother. I feel exactly where you're coming from. Thank you again for the $10 love.
61% have changed how they buy groceries. Nearly a third have skipped a medical treatment or taken on credit card debt just to cover the basics. In other words, this isn't just a vibe, it's a survival strategy. And then there's the housing trap. 86% of non-homeowners say they want to buy, but can't currently afford to. Even more striking, nearly 60% of homeowners said if they were buying at today's prices and rates, they'd likely be priced out of their own neighborhood.
Okay, where can you get a $2,500 for rent studio apartment in 2026? Let's take a look. Unavailable or extreme rate, Florida, New York. I can't see the green area. The high cost overpriced states will be the orange, and the rising and getting expensive states will be the yellow. Wow. Just for a studio apartment.
Which one would you choose? A house price in 1950 versus a house price in 2026. Same four walls, same ground, but the math has completely shifted. One was a milestone you could reach in your 20s. The other is a 30-year weight on your shoulders. In 1950, the average American home cost roughly $7,350. At the same time, the average annual salary was about $3,300. This meant a home cost just over 2 times your yearly income. You didn't need a high-tech degree or 2 corporate salaries. A single breadwinner could pay off a home quickly, allowing a family to live comfortably while still putting money away. Life was simpler, and the path to ownership was a straight line. Now, look at 2026. The average salary has climbed to $60,000, but the price of that same modest home has skyrocketed to $450,000. That is nearly 8 times your annual income.
Here's the truest thing I can tell you about the cost of living in Panama City. It can be as little or as much as you want it to be within broad ranges. The biggest part of any budget is the housing. It's typically going to be the most variable part of your budgeting factors. Nowhere is this more true than in Panama City. It really depends on you, your taste, and your desires. Apartments can be found as low as $800 a month. It can go upwards of $2,500 a month or more. You will need to create a list of desirables like amenities. Do you want a pool or a gym, a nice rooftop? Do you want to live in a high rise with a view or a garden style of unit? Do you want a fully furnished unit? Do you have pets? All of these questions are going to factor into what your cost of living is going to be like.
Think living in Brazil is expensive? What if I told you rent here could cost less than your phone bill in the US? Brazil! Welcome to week 4 of Brazil Uncovered. Today we're diving deep into rent prices across Brazil in 2025. In Sao Paulo, a modern one-bedroom in a good neighborhood like Vila Madalena costs you around $500 to $700 a month. But head up to Fortaleza and you'll find beachside apartments for $300 to $450 a month. In Belo Horizonte, it's even cheaper, sometimes as low as $250 a month. These are long-term rentals, not Airbnbs.
Now, just look at these spots that you can find and the information that you can find in other countries compared to just a studio. These other countries are giving you full apartments. In some cases, like we're looking at Brazil, beachfront, for far less than what you would pay for a studio apartment in the United States. And Americans, it's not going to turn back. The hands of time is not going to turn back. In a couple of years, you're going to see $3,000, $5,000 for a studio apartment in the United States. And these other countries will climb up, but they may not even crack $1,000 per month for an apartment. I'll give you a perfect example. As many of you guys know, we pay like $650 for a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom in the upper middle class area of Cali. Even if it went to 1,000, we still killing the game. We still, winning like gangbusters. Even if it was $1,000 a month. Let's say we had a mortgage, and the mortgage is $1,500. But we have an apartment that will have it paid off in 3 years, or 5 years, and 10 years, not 30 years like the United States. I would take a $1,500 a month mortgage in Colombia and still win better than a $2,500 a month studio apartment in the States. That's the bang for your buck that you'll continue to get. He said you pay less and it comes with less big chicks. Brazilian women like to be fit. Absolutely correct. He said, if I go to Brazil, I'm afraid I'll have a kid within 6 months. And I don't know if I want to be able to come back to the States. You might feel like that even if you don't have a kid. You be like, I don't know if I want to go back. Yeah. So let's continue on with the video.
And many come fully furnished. Brazil's real estate game in 2025, underrated. If you're curious about which city gives you the most bang for your buck, let me know in the comments, and I'll break it down in the next video.
Brazil! When I used to live in the States, I worked a lot. I was what you would call a workaholic. I just felt like I didn't have time to do anything. I had, most of the time, a job.
So this is a family of 5 that are living in Ethiopia. Y'all know I had to take it to Africa. We moved from the States to Ethiopia. We spend only $1,200 a month as a family of 5.
Sometimes 2, 3 jobs. By the time I got home, I was just wiped out or getting cliff notes from my wife on how the kids were doing, how she was doing, because I was just working so much and I was so fixated with the next thing to make more money. And I think it consumed me, honestly.
I just feel more safe here, outside of like money, outside of work. I'm working to live, not living to work. Even work aside, the peace that you feel here, the safety that you feel here, being Black and on this continent is totally different. The experience you experience as a Black person in Africa is amazing. So I love that.
Hi, I'm Ian Minerve.
And I'm Jocelyn Minerve.
And we are 2/5 of the Minerves on the Move.
Hey, welcome. This is my home. Come on in. Here you have our living room area and beautiful, bright, open windows.
That's a nice size spot, man. We spend only $1,200 a month. That might not just be the apartment cost. That might include everything.
Come this way, we have our dining room where we get to hang out as a family, eat dinner, our kitchen, and I will warn you, people live here, so it's not the cleanest as it should be, There are dishes that I will clean. Beautiful fridge, all up to date. We have a dishwasher, everything that you could need. This is my favorite part to stock up lots of stuff. We have a pantry. Two reasons. Because the woman at the fair, not only was she a black woman, but she was also a member of my sorority. And so because she was a Zeta and I'm a Zeta, it made me feel like I had family already waiting for me in Africa. And then there was another Zeta, so there's actually 3 women here who are we're all in the same sorority. So I felt like, oh, I would have family being so far away. But then also we saw Ethiopia as a way to travel throughout Africa. And so because Addis has direct flights to so many countries, I didn't want to just live in Ethiopia, I wanted to see Africa. And so I think versus like if we were to, I don't know, go to...
And that was the end of that one. Another thing that you won't see in America anymore is affordable, quality medical. It's not coming back, gentlemen.
Why is healthcare getting so expensive in America? Some politicians say big medicine is to blame, but the real answer is a lot more complicated. Family premiums jumped from about $21,000 in 2020 to nearly $27,000.
Goodness gracious. That's what y'all paying for premiums in the States? On average? Goodness.
In 2025, and politicians like Elizabeth Warren blame big medicine. In fact, insurers directly employ only about 1% to 2% of America's doctors, while America's priciest hospitals tend to be in its most competitive networks, like New York City. The biggest drivers? Hospitals competing for well-insured patients with ever more lavish facilities. New drugs for diseases where no effective treatment previously existed. Here's the uncomfortable truth. Lowering healthcare costs involves real trade-offs, not just breaking up big companies.
Oh, nothing. Just received my helicopter bill from being airlifted to the emergency room. And the ride was like 15 minutes, maybe, if that. And they didn't give me no medicine or nothing. They literally just took me from point A to point B.
Okay. Let me see if you guys are on point with this one. No Googling. We're doing the prices right once again, right? Let me see if you guys are on point with this one. She says 15-minute hospital ride. They had to airlift her in a helicopter to get from point A to point B. Just a hospital ride. No medical, no nothing. T-Mac says 50. All right, 50,000. We got 150, 50, 50, 50 going 50, 50 going twice, 50, 50. Can I get a 52, 50, 50, 52, 50, 50, 50, 53? Come on, get a 50, 51, 50, 50, 51, 59. Can I get a 51, 59? 50, 50, 51, 59, 50, 50, 51, 51, 1, 1, 9, 9, 1, 51, 51, 51. Come on, can I get a 51, 52? Come on, you guys. This is a I got a 66. Can I get a 61, 61, 62, 55, 65? 55, 65, 55, 65, 55, 65. Somebody said 150 going once. We got 10,000. 10,000 is only a 15-minute ride from point A to point B. 10,000. We got one more. Come on, give me two more. Just give me two more. 1, 2, 2, 2 more, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 4, 4. 45, 55. Yeah, let's see. We got 50. We got 150. We got 60. We got 10. We got 69. 69 and 25. All right. Let's see what she has to say. How much she paid for a 15-minute helicopter ride, not including the hospital stay or any medication. And she had no insurance. I forgot to tell y'all. She had no insurance. With no insurance, how much did she pay? Give me two more people. She has no insurance. Not a bit. Not a lick of insurance. She's just a stranger with no job or whatever it may be. a contract worker. Let's hear what she has to say.
And then talk or nothing. You know, I would think it'd be maybe a few $1,000s, you know what I'm saying? 20 is like the max up there that I would think, like 15 really pushing it, you know? Y'all want to see how much this bill is? And I don't have insurance. Keep that in mind. I don't have any insurance.
Look like you're a little over, but you were close. But the winner, if this was Price is Right, coming up on stage is the African Wolf. It would be the African Wolf coming up with the 68.8. With the 68.8. Including the $15 tip. 68.8 in the United States. You gonna pay. You gonna pay, Santa. He said, y'all just gonna have to find me that 70K for that 70K for real. Yeah, he wins a date with the broke chick who needs the money. She needs the money. Yes, sir. That is somebody's yearly salaries for real. 1 15-minute ride.
$69,000.
This is real. The average cost of a medevac helicopter ride is between $28,000 and $97,000.
Let that sink in, Americans. My fellow Americans, let that sink in. Let that sink in. It's a sad commentary.
Here's some crazy facts about the United States healthcare system. Here we go. A single ambulance ride can cost over $3,000, whether if you wanted to take the ride or not. Hospitals charge $15 to $20 per Tylenol pill. That same pill could cost cents on the dollar.
$15 to $20 for a Tylenol. Y'all want to laugh at us for moving to Colombia. He said, T-Mac said, I would have just had to take the credit, the credit hit for real.
Crazy. The U.S. healthcare system is the most expensive in the world, yet it ranks 30th in outcomes, meaning that we spend the most money to be the 30th best healthcare system. Crazy, right? You can actually go bankrupt from a broken arm. 62% of U.S. bankruptcies are tied to medical debt. Insulin prices in the U.S. are 10 times more.
Look at that. Just for insulin. Just for an insulin shot. That's crazy, man. He said, just send me to collections.
Expensive than they are in Canada. Prescription drugs in the United States cost 2 to 4 times more than any other country. There's more medical billing specialists than there are doctors. Cancer patients have now normalized GoFundMes because their insurance refuses to pay for the treatments. There's been cases where multiple people has had hospital bills over $100,000 while having major medical health insurance. Medical errors are the third leading cause of death.
We got to look at that one. Look at that. I wish I'd have caught that earlier. That is 600. If you look at the top, right in the middle, towards the right, that says their medical bill was $610,000, $406.47. Goodness gracious. The room bill, just the bill for the room. I wish I'd have saw this earlier. I would have blew this up. The bill for the room and care, just for the room and care, $428,733. That is crazy. The pharmacy. Just for the pharmacy, pharmacy had a service fee of $622.15, but for the meds, just for the meds, $60,637.25. But Dre, it's the land of our ancestors. That room bill was a house. You could literally buy a house in the United States for your hospital bill. AMSM says this. Shout to you, brother. He said, Andre, you can no longer go to your local county health clinic for free STD. What? That's wild. He said, I remember that it used to be free to go to. Right. Wow. Goodness. Right. Seriously. Say Caesar's Palace for the presidential suite. He said, I can approve of the ambulance ride. Just 10 minutes ride to the hospital cost me $2,500 alone. I ended up putting in another 80 hours a week just to pay off. I'm full. Wow. That's wild. He said, now you know why dudes haven't been going to the doctors for years. Now here in Colombia, dude, now you guys see why in Colombia I go to the doctors all the time, because while in the States, I was like you guys, I couldn't afford to be going to the doctor with the premiums. I couldn't afford to be getting all these checkups that weren't covered on my insurance. I'm an American. I ain't got medical money like that. Even though I was making good money. But if there was nothing wrong, I wouldn't get no checkup like that. I get a checkup like every 3 years. But in Colombia now, man, I stay at the doctor's. I get a checkup for everything. Man, Andrea, man, please. We get a checkup for everything. Our insurance covers everything, bruh. He said, I would be in Bali with Russell Simmons if I owed $610K. That's seriously. I'll be flying out to where Diddy should have flew out to. Bali, yep. 007 says this. He said, I see jokes on TikTok of people getting hit by cars. Someone called the ambulance and the dude just gets up and walks off. Sad and funny, both are true. That's crazy. Shout out to Black Nubian, the Canadian brother in the building.
I told this guy where I was from. He said, oh, Canada.
Glad to see you here. T-Mac says this. You could call me irresponsible, but they couldn't call me broke. For real, from that one. That's wild, man. Young Wrestler says this. He says, what up, Dre? Shout out to you, brother. He said, they ain't lying. It's expensive. He said, I was $7,000 for X. What? Now, you know how much I pay for x-rays in Colombia? Nothing. It's covered on my insurance. We pay $100 a month, $200 between the both of us. We pay $100. And when I go, I don't be getting no well. Dude, we got all type of stuff in our home for medical. All of our medical exams, because we got a printer right here. For those that don't know, I got a printer, right? So we print off and put in our folder all of our medical exam results, right? Guess what we don't have in there? Bills or receipt for bills. I kid y'all not. We do not have one. Dude, we got a file about that thick for our medical. When we go to the doctors, Andrea has everything in order. About that thick. It ain't one bill in there. Ain't one receipt in there. For $200 a month? Shh. Two? Man, listen. He said, and $250 for the medicine. He said, Dre, I was only there for 6 hours. This man say I was there only for 6 hours, bruh. These people just robbed me. Yes, sir. I would have been up in Canada or in Mexico somewhere. For real. For real. My brother Barco says this. He said, these prices will send you right back to the emergency room for real. Stressed out strokes. He said, I wish I could show you. He said I would upload it, and I swear, man, I do. I believe you, brother. I believe you. Man, this bill is crazy. I wish I saw this earlier. Y'all would have blew this up for the video. $610,000. Yeah, I'm with T-Mac. They would have had to catch me. I'd have been a gingerbread man. Catch me if you can. I'm the gingerbread man.
The bills over $100,000 while having major medical health insurance. Medical errors are the third leading cause of death in the United States, right behind heart disease and cancer, killing over 250,000 people per year. Even
true. A lot of people don't know that. Medical errors in the United States are the third leading cause of deaths in the United States. Your doctor, your surgeon, and infections will cause your death faster than anything else, other than two other things. Good old America. And if you die, guess what? Your family still got to pay that bill.
at in-network hospitals, the doctor may be out of network, leaving you with a massive out-of-network charge. Dental care isn't covered by most health insurance companies.
That's crazy, bruh. We not only have our dentist that we've been going to for years, right? That does our veneers, right? We also have dentists. That's why Colombians take care of their teeth, because the dentist part is part of your insurance. Even state-sponsored insurance got dental. Man, if I get a root canals in Cali, $23, $19. You're gonna come out of $400 or $500, if not $600, $700 for a root canal for one tooth. A crown. I had to get a crown before I got my veneers, right? For a crown. Man, I'll say y'all do it. Shout out to Tevin. 24 months as a member. Shout out to Tevin. Well, that time flies by. He said a new channel, Inside Edition, made a report 9 years ago that a pregnant woman was taking Uber to the hospital instead of the ambulance. Now it makes sense. Wow, that's a good point, brother. Man, that's a good point. That's sad. He said for my root canal, they told me $1,700 in Nap. Goodness gracious. Shout out to Naptown. My boy JC, who's usually up here, he just left here, Cali, went to one of the most famous dentists here. After going to his own dentist that he's been with for 20 plus years to get veneers, he knew that he was going to get a great deal after being with them for almost 25 years, going to that dentist for 25 years. JC told me, he said, Dre, after going to that dentistry for 25 years, the best deal that they can give me after 25 years was $22,000 for veneers. He said, man, I reached down to Cali and I found that famous dentist that did Rick Ross's and Tekashi 6ix9ine and Cardi B and did the dentistry for Kanye West. Said I reached out to that dude. Same veneers that would have cost him $22,000 in the States. And that's the copay. That's after his insurance. You know, the insurance usually don't cover nothing. He said after going to that dentistry for 25 years in the States, he said, I paid for the best dentist or one of the best dentists in Colombia, $4,300. $4,300 instead of $22,000. And we're talking about a regular dentist in the United States, not a specialist in the United States. He said that's one implant. Yeah, it was $4,300 for his whole mouth. Porcelain veneers, $4,300. He said, Dre, a bit off topic. He said, but Trump is visiting President of China today. Yeah, they are supposed to have their meeting. Oh yeah, today is the 14th. They're supposed to be dropping that. There's a coin that's supposed to be taken off too. I'm trying to remember what that coin is. A crypto coin. He said if China was to replace the U.S. as the superpower, this would make passport bros less valuable in the eyes of foreigners. No, it wouldn't. Nope. The reason why I say it wouldn't, because America would still be a superpower, even if we're not the superpower. So it'll still be a superpower. And B, a lot of women aren't with us because we're Americans. A lot of women are with us because we're not like the men in their country. So you could have came from France. I could have came from France. And I could have got a Brazilian or Colombian woman. Why? Because I'm not a Colombian man. And they just wanted somebody that's not like their men. A lot of times we Americans think that people only want us because we're Americans. No, a lot of times women want you because you don't remind them of what they got to deal with at home. I mean, that being American is a plus part. But I kid you not, European dudes come down here, Black European dudes, Asian dudes come down here and they win too. They're not from America and they still winning. The African brothers, they come down here, they still winning. Yep. So it'll still be strong. He said, my mom's got 4 implants with crown included, $4,000. She was quoted back in the States, $34,000. Crazy, man. He said, with all those prices, I might as well get it done myself. Yeah. He said, I worked in China. He said, still have a ways to go before they displace the United States. And I agree with that too. A long ways. I'll give China on their infrastructure, but as far as in a lot of other areas, they still have work to do. So let's be honest with that. He said, word on the streets is Valentina, the scope chick, is back on them Tinder streets. I don't blame her. I'll say this again. I don't blame her. Because there will always be dudes dumb enough to get off a plane and show her some attention. And she's going to keep drugging guys. And hopefully nobody dies. But maybe until somebody dies, that's when they probably do something to her. But it'll always be another simp. If it's not Valentina, let's say they kick Valentina out the country, it's gonna be another simp getting drugged by some other chick. That's the sad part. It'll always be a simp in line to simp. Let's continue on with the video.
Giving birth in the United States costs a minimum of $15,000, and that's without complications. Hospitals are actually allowed to sue patients for medical debt. Nonprofit hospitals often garnish wages, put liens on homes just to collect their money. What's your thoughts on the U.S. healthcare system?
The fourth leading cause of death for all humans is respiratory infections. That's the fourth leading cause of death. And when you start to think about it in the grand scheme of things, we don't eat healthy. Right? We stress.
Right.
We're dehydrated. We don't sleep enough. We don't build immunity anymore, because how you build immunity is when a baby comes out through the vaginal canal, it's like getting a swab of good bacteria. That's the first exposure to good bacteria to go inside of their body and start building immunity. Most people have C-sections now. The second way we introduce immunity to the body is through nursing, breastfeeding. Most people don't breastfeed anymore.
Right.
The other way we get it is through germ immunity, meaning playing in the dirt, playing with other kids. Most kids don't play anymore and go outside anymore.
Here are the top 3 medical treatments that people come to Thailand for. Don't just come to Thailand for partying. Be a responsible adult and take care of your health. My name is DK and I run a company that connects people to private healthcare in Thailand, and these by far are the most requested. Number 1, that's gotta be the teeth cleaning. When was the last time you get your teeth cleaned? So if you plan to come to Thailand, or if you are already here in Thailand, this might be a great chance that you get it done. Because here in Thailand, it's affordable, it's fast, and it's high quality. If it's regular cleaning, the price starts around 1,500 Thai baht. Depends on how much you need it to be clean, and also which location, which clinic. Number 2, still in dental category, and that is teeth whitening. So when you want to do teeth whitening, you need to do teeth cleaning first. That's why these two come together. The price for Zoom teeth whitening start from 12,000 Thai baht or maybe sometime 15,000 Thai baht. Depends on which location and which clinic. And number 3, that's gotta be full health checkup. In case you don't know, you should do health checkup once a year. And if you plan to come to Thailand, or if you already are in Thailand, this is a great chance that you can experience that private hospital that people brag about on TikTok.
So my husband ended up in the emergency room in Thailand, and I honestly can't get over how much it cost. Okay, so it's 2 in the morning, we're on a remote island, there's no staff in hospitals. They wake up 7 members of medical staff on call, gets an IV drip, antibiotics, anti-nausea medicine, a full set of blood works. He also gets 5 different types of medication to take away with him. Obviously the cost of the ambulance as well. It came to 6,800 baht, which is around 150 pounds.
Last year, I embarked on a holiday health journey in Lisbon, Portugal. I chose Hospital Danube, Lisboa. Why this hospital? It's modern, super clean, bright, and very comfortable, making it one of the smoothest medical experiences of my life. Living in Portugal comes with the perk of accessible, high-quality healthcare that stands among the best in Europe. This benefit even extends to foreign residents, making Portugal an attractive destination for expats. The care received here from the Portugal healthcare system was nothing short of amazing. Plus, my doctor was not only professional and friendly, but spoke excellent English. As an inpatient, the care was exceptional and the medical staff's kindness noteworthy. Plus, the food was surprisingly good for hospital cuisine. I am very happy with the care I received. And the best part? My bill was 0. Yes, €0.
I feel really proud that we got all those benefits. And we just paid $200, $250 for both every single month. And we don't pay way too much if we got a surgery, maybe $5 in pesos. I say in dollar, but in pesos is different. Medication appointments, but it's no more than $10, maybe. You know, Andrew got therapies for his voice. We didn't pay anything for that. So, yeah, I feel really comfortable. That's what I say. I'm really spoiled with my medical insurance here in Colombia. So I still pay, if I will live in another country, I still pay my medical insurance here. Because we return, okay, we need to check this, that, all over again.
All right. And the last thing that we're looking at that you will not see again is the good America or the good Americans. People don't see us the way that they used to.
So a couple days ago, my boyfriend and I came home from a vacation/scouting trip to Portugal. And a lot of the times when someone asked us where we were coming from and we answered that we're coming from the United States, specifically Florida, we were met with, "I am so sorry." Let that sink in. People around the world feel sorry for us over here.
How old are you?
I'm 25.
Are you single?
I am single, very single.
Where are you from?
I'm from London. Can you not tell by the accent? I sound Australian.
What's it like dating men in London as opposed to America?
I feel sorry for you Americans, honestly. Since I've come to America, I've just given up on finding love. Everyone here is just, their mindset is so different to people in London. London people is more genuine. Women aren't like gold diggers as much as they are in America. Men in America, when they come up to me straight away and they be like, "Hey, I'm the CEO of this," or "Hey, I can help you with this. Hey, I own this. I drive this car." In London, it's just like, "Hey, I'm John," you know?
I'm John. Do you want to get coffee sometime?
Yeah, like they're just like genuine. They don't like use their money to like try and get women, whereas here they do.
So why do you think here in Miami, it's all about superficial tendencies?
I mean, look at the face. Most of the women I know here, they're like, "I ain't speaking to that man unless he's paying me," or "Why would I go on this date?" Or if they go on a date, they think they don't own the guy's shit, or like they don't, like they think they're the shit, quite a lot of the women here, which they should. But like, it's just, they're very like artificial.
The expectations are too high
way too high
for what it should be.
But I mean, it should be in terms of like not giving themselves out. You know, like they're just money hungry. I don't know why. Honestly, don't know why.
Do you think U.S. men would have a better shot dating in England than they would in the U.S.?
1000%. I know so many U.S. men that go to London to date UK women.
Hey Americans, I'm really sorry about what's happening to you guys. It sucks that you don't have any freedom. Why are y'all pitying us? Y'all are Chinese. We should be pitying you. Y'all are the ones that don't have any freedom. We have free healthcare. Y'all have free healthcare?
A man say, "Y'all got free healthcare?" Shout out to Tevin King with the $20 love. Tevin says, he said, "What pisses me off was California passed the Hospital Fair Pricing Act that allow once a year for a hospital to pay off or write off your medical bill. The receptionist has the nerve to tell me this after." I ain't laughing at you. I'm laughing with you. After I paid off my bill in full. This Mitch. Zeta says this. He said, I heard that too when I tell a foreign people that I'm from America, they'll say, "I feel for you." I'm not even mad at them for saying that. That's serious. Seriously. T-Mac says, he said, the VA allows you to have emergency care and have hospital bills, and the hospital bills the VA if you contact them within 72 hours. My son Elijah had to go to the ER. He made sure he called the VA the next day. Yes, sir. He said that Southern accent changed real quick. I know, right? You guys got free medical? Let's bring that beat back. My man had me rolling.
Hey Americans, I'm really sorry about what's happening to you guys. It sucks that you don't have any freedom. Why are y'all pitying us? Y'all are Chinese. We should be pitying you. Y'all are the ones that don't have any freedom. We have free healthcare. Y'all have free healthcare? Yeah, and our grocery and rent is way more affordable than your guys'. We were so surprised how much they were charging you. What? No, but y'all's government controls everything. Y'all don't have any freedom. Didn't your government ban TikTok and violate your freedom of speech? Oh, crap. Yeah, okay, but what about the Uyghur camps? What about the ICE camps? This is America. We're free. We're number one. Wow, you guys are not taking this well. Okay, but what about the fact that your country sends soldiers to war to fight the Taliban that they give $40 to $80 million a week to, funding it themselves, and they come back with PTSD, but they don't do anything about it? Or the fact that your country has allowed the burning of homes in Maui and in LA just so that they can have land to build a smart city, but if you say that, it's just a conspiracy. Wait, we did that? To ourselves? Are we the bad guys? You and I, are we the... Or the same?
No war! No NATO! No war! We don't work for you no more! We don't work for you no more! N-A-T-O-N-A!
Before we go any further, this is something that is cropping up very often in the United States. You are starting to see U.S. soldiers who love the military, but does not love how the U.S. government has been using the military. I'll say that again. What's been cropping up across the United States, which you never saw in the past, U.S. military soldiers, males and females, protesting how the government is using the U.S. military. Usually soldiers are soldiers, and you kind of keep business among soldiers. You don't say nothing to the civilians. They don't need to know everything. They won't understand everything. Not anymore. You got soldiers that are out there marching and protesting, and they're tired of putting their lives on the line for unnecessary wars. In many wars that aren't even wars to protect U.S. citizens. Many soldiers are saying, listen, we knew when we went to go get Saddam Hussein in Iraq, there was no nuclears. Many soldiers knew that. Same thing with the wars that we're dealing with now. And they're tired. They're tired of becoming body bags for idiotic presidents and congressmen. Before we go to the video, T-Mac says, he said, I got in trouble in boot camp. They asked me, who is here for the college money? He said, I raised my hand. And the drill instructor said, you're going to pay for that, Mac. You're going to pay for that one. Sound like he got that backwards. They're going to pay for it. DJ says this. Yeah, that's crazy to create an enemy and send your troops to fight only to get hurt in some way and then have to fight for disability. I hate that for our soldiers, for our troops. I really do. That's probably one of the things that as a civilian, I don't like. The hard work that you guys have to put in some cases, to get your disabilities. Let's continue on. We're almost done with the video.
We don't kill for you no more. We don't kill for you no more.
My name's Scott Kimball. I'm a Iraq War vet. And I'm turning in these medals today for the people of Afghanistan, Iraq, Palestine, and all victims of occupation across the world. And also for all the service members and veterans who are against these wars. You are not alone.
And they are taking their medals and throwing them away. They are taking their U.S. military medals and throwing them away.
My name is Christopher May. I left the Army as a conscientious objector. We were told that these medals represented, democracy and justice and hope and change for the world. Instead of helping them, they take advantage of them. And they're making things worse. I will not be a part of that anymore. These medals don't mean anything to me, and they can have them back. My name is Ash Wilson. I was a sergeant. I was in Iraq in 03, and what I saw there crushed me. I don't want us to suffer this again, and I don't want our children to suffer this again. So I'm giving these back.
My name's Maggie Martin. I was a sergeant in the Army. I did 2 tours in Iraq. No amount of medals, ribbons, or flags can cover the amount of human suffering caused by these wars. We don't want this garbage. We want our human rights. We want our right to heal.
Why aren't we revolting? Why aren't y'all mad?
Well,
it's us versus the robots. It's us versus AI. It's us versus these billionaires.
We're gonna use-
It's us versus these trillionaires.
said
And
a-
if we don't start it,
Voting Rights
we
Act in
need
Louisiana,
a
so
new
that's going to be hard.
civil rights movement.
Yeah, that's going to be tough with the Supreme Court stacked the way it is.
The
with this
robots,
current administration,
AI, the cost of living,
Yeah,
the
no,
cost.
Let me go to the comments real quick. T-Mac says this. We try to help each other. And I did know. We try to help each other with a disability, and most are able to get it after some help. Eliza just got his rating, and another brother here in Medellin got 100%. Shout out to you guys. Man. Shout out to you guys. Big Brother in Life said, he said, America wrote the book on hoodwinking. Yes, sir. And our brother say, just like in Nam. Yep. Just like in Nam. So yeah, it's just crazy. He said, did all my applications myself except one. Except one. Zeta said, America is the biggest bully when it comes to American politics and its conglomerates. Yep. Let's continue on. We're at the end of the video.
The housing, the cost of healing your body in the hospital,
Yeah.
it's over.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
We need a new civil rights movement.
On behalf of Canada and the rest of the world, Americans, are you good? Because I'm watching the news and it doesn't sound like you're good. And for the 30% of my followers that are American, I'm sorry.
What's so funny about being American is that you're automatically hated by everybody. Because we don't even like what the nigga's doing, but we get the hate for it. They're like, what the fuck is he doing? We're like, we don't know. That nigga doing whatever he wants. He on a spree. That nigga on a spree, gang. And no, I'm not.
He's talking about Trump. He said, we don't even like it.
Bro, I hate this shit too. I just can't get out of here. Like, y'all talking about the American dream. It's like that. The American dream is to get the fuck out of the American. Yeah, I don't understand.
What's up, man? Man, I'm from Miami.
No way.
I'm just trying to figure out.
You're from the States?
Yeah.
Bro, stay here. What do you? I swear, I used to love that country. What's happened over there?
Oh.
No, come on.
Oh.
No, I don't want.
Everybody's feeling you now.
No, bro.
Shout out to Ace Live.
We don't want to get political, but we're Australians. We always believe.
Okay, here we go. Let's look at the election. We've seen this 100 times. How different groups voted for the president in 2024. White men, 59%, Donald. White women, following their man lead, 53%. 53%. Black men, only 24% voted for Trump. Black women, only 9%. Oh, this is the fun one right here. This is the fun one. Latinos, I will vote for Donald Trump. Let's see how they voted. Latino men, 47% said, I will vote for Donald Trump. And the women said, 38% backed them up. I will vote for Donald Trump. They voted for Donald Trump and they got what they voted for. But the people in the middle, black men and black women, once again, tried to warn America. Tried to warn America.
Could it be like the boss, the sheriff? They're good guys. He doesn't look like that man.
Right.
Now everyone in Australia,
I feel your sentiment.
We love the Americans. We're an ally.
Right.
But something.
We love you guys too.
There's something wrong there, bro.
Yeah, man.
Because I just don't feel it, you know?
Right. Hopefully it'll get better.
I hope. We hope, because we look to you as the saviors, man.
Wow. The man from the land down under, man. Appreciate you.
Not just me. We all do.
Wow.
I'm going to grow up with America, man.
Wow.
So sad.
Wow.
I can't stand to see the people suffering over there. Why, with a country so rich, you don't have medical cover? Why?
Wow.
Why don't you have that?
Remember what I was talking about? We do not have universal health care in America.
Why can't you afford that? How many missiles have they sent in the last 2 months?
Wow.
They could have built 1,000 hospitals, man.
Wow.
I don't know what it is, bro.
Hopefully we get better. Keep us in your prayer. My name is Ace on YouTube.
I'll look up for you, Ace.
I'm Chinese. Many people talk about Trump coming to China. For ordinary people, we don't care about big political fights. Many American friends message me these days. They told me they are having a really hard life right now. When I heard their...
Can we stop lying to ourselves, Americans? With Kamala, we would have had inflation. I agree with that. Cost of living, medical would still been high. I agree with that. But I bet you she wouldn't spend $400 million on tearing down the West Wing of the United States White House to build a ballroom. Bet you 9 times out of 10, we wouldn't have been in this war. Bet that. So I can agree. Everyday things, the costs probably wouldn't have gone down, because no matter who's president, they're not going down. But that treating the executive pen like it's a scepter. You telling me, you guys are trying to tell me that Kamala would have carried herself like she was a queen of America, like Trump literally carries himself as king of America? Because I've heard Americans say this several times, and I'm not there. I'm not there. So I'm just speculating. Anything I say is speculation and entertainment, right? And I kid you not, guys, a lot of things wouldn't have changed, whether it was Trump, Biden, the inflation, gas price, all that would have still been going up. American inflation is not going to stop per president. It's not. It just is what it is. It's in the fabric of our country now. So ride it out. All we've had since the pandemic is either inflation, stagnation, recession. That's all we've had. We haven't had a chance to take a deep breath in years when it comes to economics in the United States. No matter who's president, whether it's Obama, during the housing market crash, we didn't get it. By the time we got a chance to breathe again, because Obama left us with at least a decent economy, here come Trump, his first go around, and just tore all that up. Just like when Clinton left Bush with an excellent economy and a surplus, Bush destroyed all that. And my statements are not a Republican or Democrat statements. These are just historical statements. So I'm not just talking about like you're anti-Republican. Bruh, I'm independent conservative. I've always been an independent conservative. I've always been in the middle. I've always had enough sense to know that Republicans have certain policies that make sense, and then there are moments when the Democrats make policies that make sense. I've never been that just put all Republican on my on my election ballot or put all Democrat on my election ballot. I'm a conservative independent, and I'll die one. I believe that both sides have good things and both sides have challenging areas that they can improve on. But I constantly hear people say, well, Kamala would have did this, Kamala would. No, she wouldn't. She didn't have to. You know why? Inflation was going to happen with Trump or without Trump. Could have been Kamala, could have been anybody as president. U.S. inflation market, the instability of our stock market, all of that is the one thing that I can say, because not Bush, but Biden had already working with Kamala, they may not have gone to war the way that we're dealing with. Well, if Kamala was president, I'm telling y'all dudes, some stuff is going to happen no matter who was president. So I can't blame Trump for everything when it comes to the economy. I really believe that if Kamala would have been in office, we'd still have a hole to dig out of since the pandemic. That I did know. Yeah. I'm with you, brother. I'm like this. Would either choice had been any good? I doubt it. But like I mentioned earlier, I don't think the presidency will ever go back to what it was before. Trump is literally showing every future president the power your pen has, and you don't need Congress the way that you thought you did. You just need Congress to pass the budgets. If you can keep Congress quiet and just pass budgets, and you just take advantage of the laws that are on the book, you can use your pen like a scepter, like a king. So I do not think, and I'll say this again, I do not think once Trump is gone, that the presidency of the United States is going to go back to what it used to be. The presidency of the United States of what we knew, good, bad, or indifferent, it is over. It is over. Every president now knows I've got a pen and I don't need Congress. I just need Congress to give me money. I'm going to use the same executive orders in the same cabinet use that President Trump used. And I believe they'll do it for the next 25 presidents, Democrat or Republican. Obama did it for a while. He used his executive pen like crazy. But Trump is writing a textbook on how to really use it. I do not think the American presidency will ever go back to what it used to be. He said, I will ride it out here in Colombia. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He said, I want Trump to give everybody a piece of that work. Congress wants to allow it. So let them suffer. Absolutely correct. He said the cost of everything is going up. Yeah, we were looking at that earlier. The cost of everything is going up. The quality is going down. Zeta says the lesser of two evils, basically. Yeah, basically. That's what it looked like too. Just finished off this last few seconds of this video. Great. I mean, this Chinese brother was making a great point.
China. For ordinary people, we don't care about big political fights. Many American friends message me these days. They told me they are having a really hard life right now. When I heard their stories, my heart feels so sad for them. I'm sorry, my friends. We only want lower price in their life and peace. No matter which country you are from, we all share the same heart. We want warm days, safe homes, and happy life. Talking with each other is always better than fighting. Love and peace belong to every person in the world. I believe all people can be good friends, including me and you. I'm your friend Hanaka, follow me.
Shout out to him. Shout out to him. 'Cause that's all what everybody wants. At the end of the day, like he said, hot summer days, peace, a safe place to live. You can't beat that. The reason why I hit this topic once again is not anti-American. He doesn't love America anymore. Like I said, the day that I get quiet when it comes to talking about America, then you could probably say something like that. All I do is share information to let people know that you have a global option. A. So if you stay in America, so be it. If you leave America, so be it. B. The choice is up to you. Nobody else can dictate what choice that you want to have when it comes to in 5 months, 5 years, or 15 years, whether you want to live in another country or not. That choice is up to you and or your loved ones. C. It's not going to get better in your lifetime. It's not in any of our lifetimes. Some of us got 30 more years on this planet. You think America is about to get better in 30 years? Some of us have 50 or 60 years left on this planet. Do you really think in your heart that in the next 50 years, inflation is going to stop? Wars against smaller countries that can barely defend themselves is going to stop. Conniving tactics in politics and being in cahoots with corporations is going to stop. The prison industrial complex in the next 50 years is going to stop making its money off of incarceration. Because I was mentioning to you guys the other day, and I said this to Andrea the other day, the reason why Colombia, Brazil, Panama, and other countries don't incarcerate people at the rate that we do. You ready? Because incarceration in most countries of the world is not monetized. America is one of the few countries on the planet where corporations literally make money off of incarcerated Americans. That's why we have the most incarcerated people in the world, because we're one of the few countries that is not about crime, it's about money. And the more bodies they have in, and the more bodies they can use, the more money that's being made. And the day that Colombia discovers how to monetize crime and incarceration, you better believe everybody get locked up just like in the United States. It's all about the money, gentlemen. Stop thinking about the crime. You actually think in America they lock people up because of the crime. No, they lock people up because of the government contract work, the privatized prisons, as well as the industrial part in which they have the prisoners working dang near for free for corporations around the United States. That's the prison industrial complex. It has nothing to do with, yes, we got another criminal off the streets. They sell you that. So America has more prisoners than China, India combined. How, Sway? Seriously. You Americans hating on Americans, it's nasty work. I know, right? That's what they be thinking, man. I get that all the time. You must hate America. Man, I love America. I love America so much. I'm willing to tell America the truth. You ain't the only cute chick at the prom. You ain't the only cute chick at the club. You are not the only cute chick at the restaurant. America, we have been told that we are the only pretty chick at the prom, at the debutante, at the restaurant. We're the only beautiful chick at the restaurant. And I'm here to beg to differ that America is not the only beautiful chick at the club. And that's what Americans hate. They don't hate. I've never had an American tell me that I was lying. Well, you're lying about that. No, let's look it up. I've had Americans get mad and offensive. I talk to ladies and I'll say, hey, you do know that 70% of all nursing homes are filled with women that said they don't need no man. That's not true. And then when I look it up, or they always be like, where'd you get that from? Where'd you get that information from? I don't believe you until you tell me what. They always looking for a scapegoat. Americans always want to feel like we're the only. According to us, every girl in the club is fat, unattractive, and she's in the club in a tracksuit, not a dress. Every girl in the club is ugly except for America. And I'm here to tell you that is far from the truth. There are other countries that are just as beautiful. They may not have the military might. They might not have the economic opportunities that America offers. But when it comes to other beautiful things, such as cost of living, such as the healthcare systems, such as universal healthcare and paid days off on a federal level, such as policing when needed, not only for profit. Then you start to look at the beauty, the infrastructures of other countries. America has an old raggedy train system and a raggedy subway system in every major city that has one, compared to countries like Colombia or the island of DR has a far better train system than America. America is not the only pretty girl at the prom. Those days are over. Those days are over. Oh yeah, we're going to be doing another episode probably next week on the prison industrial complex. Oh, we're doing another one. Yes, sir. I already got all my notes ready for that one. He said, yeah, yep, according to the Bible, pride comes before a fall. America is on its last leg, unfortunately. And it's hard for us to kind of like see it from that perspective, to see at least the middle. I don't think America's falling apart, but I actually think that America is not the America that we grew up in, and those days are over, and I'm at peace with it. And I ain't gonna lie. I'm probably at peace with a lot of stuff that's going on in America because I'm not in America. We all have good days. As men, we all have good and bad days. We have days where everything economically, we are on the mountaintop. Everything we touch is the Midas touch. And then sometimes your business can take a drop. In America, that can equal homelessness. I'll say that again. That could equal homelessness. Just one major drop, and you're sleeping in your car with your kids and your girl. You can have a major drop in another country, and still be in a position to live a good life until things pick up. How do I know? I experienced it. I know what it's like to go from being in another country. Y'all guys know I'm transparent. I know what it's like to be in another country and you're making $15,000, $20,000 a month. And you get the rug pulled from up under you. And you're living an excellent life. And the rug get pulled from up under you and you can still live in the upper middle class locations like we do. I know what it's like to be building, establishing and re-strengthening and restructuring your business. If losing $15,000 a month would have happened to us in the States, that would have been catastrophic. But when you live in another country, as an American with American mindset, you could lose that, know you're going to get it back. You drop down a little bit to $5,000, $6,000 a month. You're still living in the upper middle class. You cannot live in the upper middle class on $5,000 a month in the States. So when I say to you guys, life will keep lifing for men, it's going to keep lifing. You're going to have some great days, some great moments. Sometimes you're going to have some peaks. Some guys came to America from America with great health. Then the next thing you know, you had to get surgery on something that you didn't even know that you were dealing with. But because you lived in a country, Thailand, that the examination was affordable, they were able to discover whatever that was in your body while you were living in Thailand, and you were able to get it taken care of. You wouldn't have afforded that in the States. So some of us come to other countries, we're on an economic high. Some of us come to another country and our health is on high. But some of us go through dips. Life is going to keep lifing. But the fortunate part about it, you are in another country. And they did discover whatever it was going on in your body while you were in another country. Very little to no copay. You do the surgery costs you next to nothing. The medication costs you next to nothing. But if you would have got that same surgery, in other words, your health is on a high plateau in the States, and if it would have dropped down in the States, you would have been like that one receipt we just looked at, $610,000 just to get your health back on track in the United States. For in another country, in Thailand, it would have cost you what, $250. So when I say to you guys that there are benefits to living outside the United States other than just the beauty in the booties, I'm letting you guys know you can afford an L in another country. You cannot afford an L in the United States anymore. You got to be on top of everything. One false move, one time you got to be off work for a month. All it takes is one medical incident and you are paying back that money for the next 7 years. You could have a medical incident in Brazil, Colombia, Philippines, and it won't break the bank. It won't break the bank for 7 years. That's what I'm talking about. Some of y'all don't realize life gonna keep lifing. Life gonna keep lifing. And so are you gonna keep lifing while you in the States? Because one slip, one fall, one incident could break you and your family for years to come, or you could have that same slip and fall in another country, get the same treatment, same medication, and you and your family ain't even came out $500 without insurance. I'm just here to let you guys know, man. Life gonna keep lifing. He said exactly. Seeing Austin Holloman take some major L's many times since he's traveled, but still living upper. Absolutely, meeting good caliber of people. You don't see any of us take a L and we end up in the hood. Let me go from $15,000 a month to $5,000 a month in the States. I got to make some where I'm going to live adjustments. I ain't going to even lie to you. I got to make some where I can't live where I live when I can't. All you Tampa boys, I can't live in Wesley Chapel anymore. When I was making $15,000 a month, I could afford $6,000 to live in Wesley Chapel. If I go down to $5,000 a month, hey, I might have to go to just straight Tampa. I might be down in Ybor City in the hood. I only making $5,000 a month, right? But if you take that type of L outside the country, that $5,000 ain't killing you, and you can build on top of that. I'm telling you guys, man, life gonna keep life, and I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm put it like this. I'm just keep it personal. I wouldn't want to put myself, Andre Spence, in a position as life keeps lifing and feel what it would be like to take that type of L in the United States. I don't want to ever feel that. I mean that. I do not want to feel that. I already gave the federal government 10 years in prison. I am not going to give a hospital in the United States 10 years of economic incarceration trying to pay back a $200,000 bill because somebody hit me while I was on my motorcycle in the States. I'm riding my motorcycle, somebody hit me, and I end up with a $250,000 bill. I'm in a hole for the next 10 years paying this thing off as if I'm in prison. I don't want to experience that again, bruh. I'm just being honest. When it comes to purchasing a home, I will purchase a home in the United States as a piece of investment property, yes, but a piece of property to live in, I can't do it. The taxes are too high. Even if I paid a house off in the United States, taxes too high compared to Colombia, compared to Philippines, compared to Thailand, compared to Japan when you own a piece of property, compared to China, who once you own it is yours. I can't do it. I ain't got the years to waste. I ain't got the money like that to waste. I ain't got the time to waste. I ain't trying to stress myself out. I ain't trying to stress Andrea out. I just can't do what you guys back home are teetering on. One paycheck away. 35% of individuals in the United States that make $250,000 a year are living paycheck to paycheck, one paycheck away from being broken. We're talking about $250,000 a year, 35% living paycheck to paycheck, one paycheck away from sleeping in a car. $85% of Americans don't even have $1,000 emergency fund in their bank account. That is too close to the edge for me. I can't do it. And I don't want to do it. It's not even that I can't. I don't want to. Let's put it like that. I don't want to. Call me spoiled. Call me whatever you want. I don't want to. I know what it's like to be on the other side, and I don't want to. I ain't gonna even lie to you. I ain't gonna pretend like if I move back to the state, ain't no if I move back to the States. I am never moving back to the United States. I'll give them 6 months. If there's a contract job, I'll do that for 6 months, but I'm never fully moving back. Never. That'll not happen. And one of the reasons why I'm like T-Mac and other guys that are working on their citizenships to get my dual citizenship and get my other passport as soon as possible. So while these presidents in the United States are playing games with passports, I can have my second one. So if the first one is full of crap and they acting a fool, I got my second one that I can use to get to other countries too. I'm done with that playing these games, man. I can't afford it. Only got a certain amount of years left on this planet. And I'm not about to sit up here and do this guessing game knowing that life will keep lifing. That's all right. Shout out to International Quiet Storm in the building. He said, Theo's class? Yep. You have your SAA yet? Oh, he's not talking to me. I'm actually doing all my studies right now. Yes, sir. All of us are doing our studies. Yes, sir. He said, Andre, will you will need about 2 or 3 more names. I know, right? It just can't be Andre Spence. It's got to be like Andre Hector Rodriguez Spence. Andre Ricardo. Let me write that down. I'm gonna tell Andrea. You just made my night. Hector Ricardo. I could be. You know what? I could pass for Ricardo. Jose Spence. I'm with that. That might just be my. You know what? I might have to use that name. I may have to use that name. Yes, sir. I know, right? Oh, man. Y'all just made my night, man. I needed that laugh. Let me let you guys get some rest, man. We've been here 4.5 hours. Once again, tomorrow we have an interview regarding Barranquilla, Colombia. A lot of questions that you guys probably have. If you don't want to live in Cartagena, you don't want to live in Medellin, but you want to be around some lovely ladies, Barranquilla is a great place to be, living that beach life. We're going to have a brother here tomorrow to be able to, you can't live in Ruskin, right? Can't live in Ruskin. Right. I was in Riverview, so I know exactly Ruskin right next door. I'm losing my Riverview house, and I used to go to church at Ruskin. Yes, sir. He said $2,500 a month in Medellin will be comfortable, upper middle class life. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Once again, shout out to International Quiet Storm. Yes, sir. He said El Entrenador. Oh, yeah, I made my night with that one, man. He said you need a second last, and I know, right? Second last name as well, like Lopez. Lopez Spence. Oh my goodness. All right, let's get an outro in. Let's do an outro video. Oh man, it just made my night. I know what it means. That's the funny part. Oh man, that's funny. Bless you, brothers, man. Bless y'all. Let's see. We haven't looked at this one in a while. Or is it this one? Let's check this one.